Howdy, I'm Ashley Chung, and on behalf of the entire TEDxTAMU team, I would like to officially welcome you to the TEDxTAMU 2021 conference, Odyssey. At this time, I would like to encourage those in the audience to silence your cellular devices out of respect for our speakers. If you must leave at any point during the conference, we ask that you do so in between sessions, and understand that if a talk is ongoing, you must wait until it is over. Thank you for understanding. We will now show a video created by TED that explains TEDx.
Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
The theme for the TEDxTAMU 2021 conference is Odyssey, which we have defined to be a long journey that promotes profound change. This conference has been independently organized by students of Texas A&M to share ideas worth spreading. Our 11 speakers have been nominated by the students and faculty of Texas A&M and will speak on a variety of topics and offer their own unique interpretations and insight that all connect to our theme of Odyssey. We are so excited to share this journey with you. Our first speaker of the day is Dr. R. Bowen Lofton, with his talk entitled Texas A&M's Odyssey from the Big 12 to the SEC. During his time as the president of Texas A&M, Dr. Lofton oversaw the transition of Texas A&M to the Southeastern Conference, as well as the evacuation of Texas A&M Galveston to College Station during Hurricane Ike in 2008. Throughout his extensive career in education, he's been the recipient of numerous awards, including the NASA Invention of the Year Award, as well as the University of Houston Downtown Award for Excellence in Teaching and Service. Without further ado, TEDxTAMU is proud to welcome Dr. R. Bowen Lofton to the stage.
Howdy. Forgive me the Aggieisms I'll make use of during my talk. I can't help myself. I'm Bowen Lofton, as said by the introducer, class of 1971, and a very proud Aggie, and was privileged to be the university president between 2009 and 2014. During that time, A&M went through a major odyssey, a journey from its previous home in the Big 12 Conference to its new home, current home in the Southeastern Conference, or the SEC as we oftentimes refer to it. This talk is really about the heart of that odyssey, what drove it, what happened along the way, and where we arrived at ultimately. I want to begin, though, by thanking the organizers of the TEDxTAMU event. This is a lot of work, given all the challenges they had to face this year in making this take place. So I appreciate that work, as well as the foundation laid by the national organization. Whether you like it or not, athletics is a very big part of major universities like Texas A&M. You can't walk this campus without seeing Kyle Field looming on one corner of the campus. Reed Arena, another big venue here. And we have 20 or so varsity sports here. We have so many more recreational club sports as well. So you as students are well served by having not only places for you to exercise yourself and your competitive nature and hone your skills, in that kind of venue, but you've also had the ability to view the 500 or so student athletes we have here on this campus doing varsity sports. The conference we're part of at any one time is a big deal. When I was a student here in the 1960s, I came in 67, we had, of course, football, we had basketball for men, and there were no women's sports here at all. That changed radically in the 70s, and today we have equal numbers of student athletes, roughly, within our university playing varsity sports. We were, for much of the university's life, a member of what was known then as the Southwest Conference, a conference comprised primarily of Texas schools. This picture here was taken in 1967, my freshman year here at Texas A&M. You will not probably recognize Kyle Field as easily as you might want to. This is how it looked on my time. We had the original horseshoe clearly there. We had some structure on the west side there, a small upper deck, as well as a press box. And then across on the east side, you can see just the middle section of what now is the second deck of Kyle Field. As a freshman, my seat was on the very top row of that new section. And I was actually protected from death by a simple 2x4 along the back there because it was still being built. But I went to games there, enjoyed myself immensely, and this particular picture was taken on Thanksgiving Day of 1967, the day we played the University of Texas at Austin here. And we won that game by a score of 10-7. And I was so hoarse I couldn't speak for almost 3 days. But that was my introduction, if you will, as a freshman here to our athletic world as a university, and it was a wonderful place to be. I was busy studying in organizations, but I also spent time looking at football games, basketball games in particular. Baseball was also a special of mine. At that time, our baseball diamond was on this side of the tracks, not the other side of the tracks. The odyssey we took has been characterized by those kinds of schools we've been engaged with. For example, we played the University of Texas at Austin for the very first time in football in 1894. And we played them the last time in 2011. 118 times we met that particular university at games like this one behind me here. It meant a lot to us. We had familiar schools we played every year, like Texas Tech, SMU, TCU, Baylor. But in the 1990s, this old, revered Southwest Conference was becoming quite unstable. You see, it was primarily a one-state conference. And TV networks said, even though Texas is big, it's not big enough for us to be able to support this conference financially. You need to figure it out. So basically, things changed very rapidly. In 1994, the old Big Eight, a Midwestern conference, north of us basically, joined with 4 schools here in Texas and became the Big 12. And that conference was our home until I arrived here basically, a few years after that, until we left it in 2012 and joined the SEC. This odyssey was very interesting to me. I was right in the middle of it all. I wasn't the only player. There were many people here and elsewhere that worked hard to get us where we wanted to be. But I was able to see everything happening from the inside looking out. What was very interesting to me is how this played out. In 2009, I went to my very first meeting of the Big 12 leadership. We met in Dallas at the conference headquarters there, and it was very obvious to me from my very first meeting who was in charge. The conference was literally run by our friends in Austin, our rivals in Austin. And schools like A&M were kind of in the middle of the pack in terms of work, of money, of ability to control things. And really, Texas, along with Oklahoma and Nebraska, were kind of the 3 schools that had the most clout within this conference. And so I perceived right away, because of the inequality in the conference financially, in terms of say-so and what was being done, this conference perhaps wouldn't last forever. It was simply not a conference I felt had the real stability it needed to last us for a long period of time. Then I heard rumors at the end of 2009, in which I was being told by people in the know that our friends in Austin were talking to a conference on the West Coast called the Pac-10 at that time, about not only them moving there, but taking us with them and other schools in the Big 12 as well. And I happened to be in Austin in December of 2009, meeting with their president, a man named Bill Powers. After we got done with our business, I asked people to leave the room, so we were alone. And I told Bill, I said, Bill, I'm hearing rumors about you talking to the Pac-10 about moving not only yourselves, but us into that conference. Is that true? He walked up to me, put his hand on my shoulder, looked me in the eye and said, I can't tell you about that right now, but don't worry, whatever happens, we'll take care of you. As an Aggie, that was a hard thing to deal with. I didn't slug him, I controlled myself, but the condescension I felt coming from him, probably unintended by him, but certainly was there from my standpoint, was almost overwhelming. The rumors persisted. The next month in January of 2010, he was in my office, and we had the same conversation with the same outcome. Don't worry, no matter what happens, we'll take care of you, was his directive to me. Well, once I informed the Board of Regents about that, they were clearly upset, as I was, about this sort of attitude and the possibility of us being uprooted from our current conference and moved elsewhere without even being consulted about it. And so I was directed to begin looking at alternatives. Being a physicist by training, analytical by bent, I actually put together a spreadsheet with more than 20 dimensions looking at the pros and cons of our remaining in the Big 12, going to the Pac-10 or going to another conference, and the one I looked at most carefully was the SEC. And that analysis showed me very clearly, objectively, that the SEC would be a much better fit for us than any other possible conference affiliation. And that's why I told the Board of Regents. And we moved on a pathway in the first half of 2010 to make that reality, but the political leadership of our state decided that was not going to happen. And we and our friends in Austin were both told to stand down. This happened in July of 2010. My first phone call, though, after that meeting was to call the commissioner of the SEC to make sure that we still had an open door if we could see a change of the climate politically here in this state about our ability to join them and move from the Big 12. And he assured me we did. So we bided our time, but our friends in Austin gave us the ideal vehicle. It turns out in 2010, as this began to get public, it was very clear to me that the university's former students and current students were divided, perhaps 50-50. Half wanting to go to the SEC, the other half wanting to stay in the Big 12 or go to the PAC. We were not a unified body of people that cared about Texas A&M but had the same vision for where we're going to be. So I worked through with many people here on this campus and with the SEC the process for us to continue our journey, our odyssey into that new conference. And we were helped immensely by the creation by Austin of the Longhorn Network. That network was put in place by them in late 2010, and because of the clear advantage it seemed to give them in terms of recruiting, visibility, and money, we did not like it, and many others did not, and we went from a 50-50 kind of opinion about this at Texas A&M to a 95-5. So I would say by early 2011, 95% of our former students and current students were really very much committed to moving to the SEC. Maybe 5% were still worried about things and wanted to stay put or move with Texas to the PAC. And things got in the way again. Challenges emerged, especially from our friends to the north here in Waco. They threatened to sue the SEC and us both if we didn't stay put. And we had to work through a lot of issues to get through that process, but we succeeded. And so basically a year later, after our first attempt was stopped in 2010, the middle of 2011, we were able to make it happen. And then we had a great celebration here in the early part of this fall of 2011, in which we were able to celebrate that. Just a couple of pictures here. This is sort of my view of the end of the Big 12 for us. This happened actually in 2010, not 2011 or 2012. This is the Nebraska game we played at Kyle Field in the fall of 2010 against Nebraska. We won that game by 9-6. And it was a game that our students, our 12th man, won. Literally, the sound of students on the east side made it impossible to communicate on the field, and Nebraska failed time and again to make progress because they couldn't communicate with each other. So the 12th man won the game, and at the end, they threw down 30,000 towels. And this mural is over in the MSC. If you walk by it every day, probably, when you go into that building. That, to me, is a great memory of the Big 12 we were in. But this is the place we started in terms of our joining officially the SEC. The person you see here beside me is Bernie Machen, at that time the president of the University of Florida and chairman of the SEC board. Next to him is Mike Slive, the commissioner of the SEC, a great friend who passed away a few years ago. And we were celebrating over in the Zone Club at Kyle Field, North End, our transition into the SEC as being a public announcement. The official date of starting was the next year in 2012, July 1, and we were then officially part of the SEC. So we learned a lot here in this Odyssey. This Odyssey taught us about trust. It taught us that we had to really do what a former president of the United States once said, trust but verify. Be sure that people that are engaged with you are honest, open, and transparent about what's going on. That was not true in 2010, so we worked hard in 2011 to make that so, and it really served us very well. In 2010, we did not control the narrative. In 2011, we did. And that was really a matter of trust, of having the right people you believe in, doing the right things. We also were able to move along other pathways in parallel. We were able to do many things with this. But I have to emphasize the true rationales of why we joined the SEC. I've already mentioned the potential instability in the Big 12. Baylor was upset at us and threatened to sue us, not because they wanted to, because they felt they had to. They felt threatened by our departure. They thought the Big 12, being perhaps unstable, might fall apart. It didn't. It still exists today, and Baylor is still doing very well with that. But that was not clear to us back at this time in 2011. The other thing we were able to do is really look carefully at how being in a different conference would help Texas A&M and its students. In particular, we saw the visibility of A&M being very, very enhanced by being in the SEC. Consider that the Big 12's TV venue is Fox Sports Southwest, a regional carrier that deals with the part of the U.S. we're in right here, a regional part of the U.S., not the entire country. Whereas SEC is served by ESPN and CBS and was already very nationally visible. So I saw and others saw with me that being in the SEC gave our university much greater visibility. It meant that an Aggie living in New York City or Seattle could actually see a football game in a bar on TV, which they couldn't do as a member of the Big 12. And in fact, you can see us play sports in London, in Beijing, anywhere in the world, literally. That's how broad the network is that's been created to support the SEC and its member institutions. And we also owed it to our student athletes to give them the very best possible pathway to a professional career if they wanted it. And you can look every year at the stats and see clearly that those members of the SEC in football, for example, are a larger number as far as those going to the NFL than those other conferences around the country. So all three of those dimensions we talked about, visibility, opportunities for our student athletes, and of course, money, were realized by our transition to the SEC. In fact, this headline from the Dallas Morning News was all about this 100-year decision we made to join the SEC, and in this case, the financial rewards that came with that. But I have to emphasize from my standpoint, and many others here, it wasn't just money that we were looking for. It was really a place to let this university shine, to be visible, to enhance the opportunities available to its student athletes. So we built the brand, and it's benefited all of us in so many, many ways. So I'm very pleased to see us learn lessons about trust, about being persistent, making sure you don't give up, and also being able to be resilient, to be able to adapt. We had all these challenges emerging during this odyssey we took, but those challenges were met by us being able to adapt, to find creative solutions and work together. So we got to the end of this journey in a successful way, and we enjoyed the Johnny Manziel effect in 2012. Appreciate your time. Thanks, and gig 'em.
Thank you, Dr. Lofton, for sharing that journey with us. The next speaker is Derek LaHare, with his talk entitled, Freedom is a Key. His talk discusses sensitive topics, including sexual abuse and suicide. So we invite you to exit the theater at this time if you do not wish to be a part of the audience for this speech. Derek LaHare is involved in corporate education, where he teaches, trains, and coaches others. This desire to educate extends to his passion for speaking about and helping survivors of sexual abuse. Please give a warm welcome to our next speaker, Derek LaHare.
When I was 5, my parents divorced. My mother, having been close to the mental health profession earlier in her life, decided to take me to a child psychologist to help cope with the transition. I struggled greatly in the beginning, adjusting to life outside of the blended family that I had once grown up in. Like many children of divorce, I began to experience adverse symptoms relatively quickly. Just give Derek time, everyone said. He'll adjust. But after a couple of months, things weren't better. In fact, they were much worse. Still, even my doctors, even my child psychologist were convinced that given a little more time and a little more therapy, I'd be okay. Everything that Derek is experiencing, they said, is completely normal. But what they and everyone else who knew and loved me did not know was that at that exact same time, right underneath their noses, I was being sexually abused. After my parents' divorce, I was allowed to spend every other weekend at my father's. In fact, it was during these weekend visits where my abuse began, not at the hands of my father, but at the hands of somebody that I knew and loved and trusted. The thing to keep in mind about sexual predators is that they'll do anything to stay concealed, anything. They'll lie to you, they'll intimidate you, and they'll threaten you. In my case, all three of those things were true. I was told that if I disclosed my abuse, that my parents wouldn't love me anymore. I was threatened and intimidated. But none of those threats were as effective as this one, that if I told anyone what was happening to me, that Santa Claus wouldn't come visit me that year, and everyone would know what a bad little boy I had been. And so, like any 5-year-old would, I stayed quiet. Months passed, and I desperately wanted to tell somebody, anybody, what was happening to me, but I also wanted Santa Claus to come down that chimney. The following year, the abuse continued, and as Christmas approached, I just couldn't take it anymore. Riddled with guilt and shame, I found myself unable to sleep. This, I resolved, would be the year that I just wouldn't get any presents. I had to tell somebody. I remember waking up with a pit in my stomach, peeling off the covers, getting out of bed, and tiptoeing downstairs to find my mom alone on the sofa watching television. She took one look at me and knew that something wasn't right. "What's wrong?" she asked, and I burst into tears and began to tell her everything. Now keep in mind that when a child does disclose sexual abuse, they often won't use those terms because they don't know what terms to use. Instead, what they'll do sometimes is describe in rather graphic detail everything that's happening to them. And so that's exactly what I did as my mother sat and listened in horror. I can only imagine what that must have been like for her. I don't remember much else about that night, but I do remember this, that my mom did everything that someone in her position should have done. She listened to me, she believed me, and she told me that there was nothing that I could ever do to lose her love. Best of all, she let me know that Santa Claus was definitely going to come visit me that year. And I remember feeling relieved, like a 1,000,000-pound weight had been lifted off my chest, relieved that all of this was finally over. But what I could never have known is that that night was just the beginning. Because disclosing my abuse was the equivalent of pulling the pin on a grenade and rolling it into the middle of what little family I had left. Complete and total destruction. Not everyone in my family believed me, it turned out. And as time passed, things got worse for me. I began to experience adverse symptoms of sexual abuse, now commonly referred to as PTSD. I developed an eating disorder, an obsessive-compulsive disorder, insomnia, night terrors, a nervous tic. And everyone kept telling me that what had happened to me wasn't my fault. And I kept thinking that if none of this were my fault, then why did it feel like it was? I mean, shouldn't all of these things be happening to the person who had done this to me? I resolved even at that early age, and I remember thinking even back then that no matter what, I could never and I would never forgive the person who would sexually abuse me. Just look at all of the damage they had caused. As I grew into adolescence and entered into high school, things got much worse. I began participating in risky behavior, and I started doing things that I thought would help other people to like me more, to only wind up hurting myself. I was in constant survival mode, and it was beginning to take its toll. And this was never more apparent than during my very first semester when, away at college and away from the few friends and family that I had grown to rely on for the very first time, I found myself completely and utterly alone. And I sank into a deep and dark depression, one so bad I thought that there would be no escape. And so it was then, during my very first semester away at school, that I decided to do the unthinkable and end my suffering. I remember sitting in class one day when the thought came to me, this would be the day. And I remember getting up and leaving class, going back to my dorm room to do something that there was no return from, to end my own life. And when I got outside, nothing externally seemed to match everything that I was feeling internally. Instead, the sun shone down amazingly, the sky was a brilliant shade of blue, and nothing just made sense. And with every step I took toward my dorm, I just had so much trouble coming to grips with the decision that I had made. And I was overcome with emotion and overwhelmed by the thought of what I was about to do. And so I sat down outside at a table and chair in a common area, and I buried my face in my hands, and I did the only thing that in that moment I could think to do, which was pray. To a God I wasn't even sure heard me, to a God I wasn't even sure existed. And I cried out internally, and I began to beg God that if he were listening, to just send me one friend, just one person who would listen to me, who would understand what I was going through, because I was about to do something that there was no coming back from. And it was about that time that I heard a voice behind me say, "Excuse me." And thinking that the voice wasn't meant for me, I heard it again, louder, "Excuse me," until finally I turned around and found a man standing before me that I had never seen before in my life. And he smiled at me and asked if he could sit down. And in true introverted fashion, I looked around at all of the other tables and chairs and thought, you could literally sit anywhere. But in true introverted fashion, I simply said, okay. And so he sat down and he began to unpack his book bag and he kept smiling at me. And what he said next changed the course of my life forever. He said, look, please don't get up, please don't leave. What I'm going to say next is going to sound crazy. Don't freak out. But I was just walking across campus and I noticed you sitting by yourself. And I felt like God said, maybe that person needs a friend. So I thought that I would come over here and check on you. I have just one question for you. Are you okay? The answer, of course, was no. And so I froze, stunned by his words, because there is absolutely no way he could have known. Instead, we talked for hours. And needless to say, that day, I did not make a decision to end my own life. I made a friend named Mark. I would spend the next few years of my life healing, going through school. I would come to faith. I joined and even hosted a weekly Bible study on campus. I started taking care of myself mentally, spiritually, physically. I began seeing a therapist again for my past abuse, and best of all, I started dating somebody. And things were really looking up. I mean, I was leaving my tormented past behind me and embracing all the possibilities of the future. And everything was going great until one day, a chance encounter brought me face to face again with a person who had sexually abused me nearly 20 years earlier. Standing in front of them again after all of that time, all of the pain, all of the anger, all of the rage came flooding back, overwhelming each of my senses, doing everything to keep me chained to my 5-year-old self. I had had nearly 2 decades to think about what I would say to this person if I ever saw them again. And believe me when I tell you that I was well practiced. I could tell them how they had robbed me of my childhood. I could tell them how they had stripped me of my innocence. I could tell them how because of what they had done, I wasn't sure that anyone would ever really love me. And I could tell them how because of what they had done, I wasn't sure that I could ever love myself. I could tell them how because of what they had done, one day I had nearly ended my own life. I could tell them a lot of things. And in that moment, I realized I had a massive decision to make. Let go on a tirade full of all the hatred and anger and bitterness that I had carried with me for nearly 20 years, or I could do something different. I could say something different. I could offer forgiveness now, the same forgiveness that was offered me when I came to faith. And so that day, I did something that I never thought that I would be capable of doing. I got right up in my abuser's face. I looked them right in their eyes, and I simply said, I forgive you. I forgive you. I remember it well because that was the day that I finally gained my freedom. I became free. That's what happened. Here's what didn't happen. All of that anger, all of that pain, all of that rage didn't just disappear. Nothing changed in that moment, really, except for this feeling that all of the emotional weight and trauma that I had carried with me into adulthood now somehow felt different. It felt lighter. And as time passed, I quickly realized that I no longer had to get over what happened to me because now I could get through it. And that's when I had a revelation that forgiveness wasn't necessarily for the person that I had forgiven. Forgiveness was for me. Because forgiveness is a key that unlocks a cell in which you were prisoner the entire time. Some of you have been hurt so badly by others in your past, you're probably thinking that there's no way that you could ever forgive them. I understand. I was there because I didn't understand what real forgiveness was. And if, like me, you're not sure what real forgiveness is, we can start by examining what real forgiveness is not. Because forgiveness is not a pass. Forgiveness is not condoning another person's actions. Forgiveness doesn't mean that what they did didn't matter or didn't hurt, because it did matter and it did hurt. Forgiveness doesn't mean removing a healthy boundary and allowing a toxic, manipulative, or even dangerous person back into your life. Forgiveness doesn't mean removing accountability or responsibility. And forgiveness doesn't mean that it won't still hurt sometimes. Forgiveness doesn't mean that you won't still have what happened to you. Forgiveness just means that what happened to you won't have you. Forgiveness is often a gradual and ongoing process, one that may need to be repeated multiple times, even if just to yourself. Did you know that the other person doesn't even need to be present in order to be forgiven? In cases where that person is too toxic or dangerous, or maybe they've moved on or even passed away, they don't even need to know that you've forgiven them, just as long as you do. Because the reality is that forgiveness can be just as much, if not more so, for you than for anybody. And it's okay for forgiveness to be about you, because forgiveness gives you freedom, freedom from the one who hurt you. We often talk about the transformative power of pain, so we cannot forget about the transformative power of forgiveness, because that's what forgiveness does. It transforms you from the incarcerated into the liberated. But if you're hell-bent on revenge, if you're dead set on carrying resentment, just know that unforgiveness is like taking a poison pill and waiting for the other person to die. You'll only end up hurting yourself. And you deserve to be free. So every day that you carry around unforgiveness is another day added to a prison sentence that you don't deserve. As one Hiroshima bomb survivor put it, the best way to avenge your enemies is by learning to forgive. I've forgiven multiple people in my life, multiple times, for a multitude of things. And so it may surprise you to know that of all of the people that I've ever forgiven, my abuser included, there was still one person from whom I continually withheld forgiveness, and that person was me. Now, make no mistake, I did not need to forgive myself for my sexual abuse. What happened to me was not my fault. I was the victim. But as a survivor, I needed to forgive myself for years of self-doubt. I needed to forgive myself for years of negative self-talk. I needed to forgive myself for years of thinking that I would never be good enough. I needed to forgive myself for years of thinking that I would never be enough. Because the reality is that I am enough. And if I was capable of God's love and forgiveness, then surely I was capable of my own. So one day, I looked in the mirror and I forgave the person who had suffered most through all of this. Me. Today, my life is dramatically different. I no longer live in shame because there's nothing for me to be ashamed of. I live proudly as a survivor of childhood sexual abuse. I've been married to my beautiful bride for nearly 15 years, and together we have an amazing 10-year-old daughter. I'm a husband and I'm a father. Those things did not come easily to me. I had to fight to be successful at them. But I stand before you today as living proof of the transformative power of forgiveness. And today I get to use my voice to raise awareness for childhood sexual abuse and sexual assault. And today I get to use my voice to lend volume to survivors who might be suffering in silence. And if you're a survivor of childhood sexual abuse or sexual assault like me, just know that what happened to you is not your fault. If you're a survivor like me, know that I am safe to talk to, that I believe you and I believe in you. If you're a survivor like me, know that you are loved, you are enough, and you are never alone. There is help, there is hope, and there is healing. A life beyond measure is possible. And it can start today with forgiveness, because forgiveness is ultimately a choice, one that you get to make. So when faced with that decision, what will you choose? Will you choose to forgive? Thank you.
Thank you, Derek, for your incredible vulnerability. As a reminder to our audience, we ask that you refrain from speaking during each presentation. Our third speaker of the day is Dr. Todd DeWitt, with his talk entitled The Creativity Paradox. Todd DeWitt has been a professor, consultant, radio host, author, dean, business professional, and social scientist. And he's created some of the most popular LinkedIn learning courses. As a result, he has gained deep insights into how people, teams, and organizations function. And he wants to spread the message that more is always possible, at home, at work, and in life. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Todd DeWitt to the stage.
Creativity is vital for organizational success. Creativity is absolutely vital for the success of your career. Creativity, you know, the coming up with something new and useful about how we do things at work, right? The idea is that doing the same thing tomorrow is not good enough. If you want to be truly great, we've got to improve. We must be creative and embrace innovation. This matters for your career. I'll tell you why. It used to be that if you were hardworking, if you had a great personality, you know what? If you became a subject matter expert in something, you were going to get a promotion or 2 or 3, but not anymore. No, it's competitive. In the world you face, you've got to do something extra, and that extra is creativity. And it's not always easy because, man, organizations say they love creativity, and they usually are full of it. They say they want new ideas, and then new ideas are treated so poorly when they show up at work, it's just unconscionable. They are criticized, they are beaten on. It is rough waters for anyone crazy enough to try and be creative, a change leader, making things happen. But you're going to do that, and I'd like to help you do that as best I can by sharing just a few ideas that we know as social scientists and as practitioners will help you fight the good fight in the name of creativity. Look, there will be ups and downs. I know this personally. I've tried things that worked out, and I got lots of applause. I've tried things that failed, and they were setbacks and miserable, and that's okay, because that's what fuels learning, and I want you to never forget that. That's what fuels learning and improvement ultimately. So let me help you. Number one, you've got to be smart enough, you've got to be brave enough to occasionally poke a few sacred cows. Now listen, I hope that phrase is offensive to no one, but it's very important. It's very practical. The idea is real simple. There are things we do at work all the time that don't work, that aren't the right way to do things, that aren't optimized. We've been doing it that way forever, so that's just what we do. Maybe the boss likes it. Maybe someone back in the day said, this is how you do it. It could be a behavior, a policy, a process. Who knows what it is, but we all know it doesn't work. It's like a dead body in the middle of the room. We all ignore, and we just step over it every single day as if it's not there. Not you, not anymore. I want to tell you probably my favorite example of someone willing and able to poke a sacred cow. It involves a man named Dick Fosbury. Now, in the 1960s, Dick was a high school student, and he was an athlete, and he was a high jumper. But he wasn't that good at it, because the common method of jumping over the bar in the high jump was to go with the bar face first. There were a couple different methods, actually, but they were face first, both of them. And he couldn't do it nearly as well as he would like, and he just ran at the bar one day, and he had been thinking about this, and he tried something new, and he kind of twisted when he got close to it, and he went over that thing backwards so that the bar was now seeing the back of his body. And everyone laughed. And his coach said, stop doing that. You look silly. But he liked it better than the traditional method. He was questioning the status quo, looking for a way to improve. And he kept doing it. And he tried it in the next competition where he competed. And they all made fun of him. And a local reporter said, it looks like this kid was having a mid-air seizure. Yeah. Another reporter said, I don't know what to call that. I'll call it the Fosbury flop. He continued doing it. His coach didn't like it. His teammates didn't like it. The next year, he became one of the best on the team. By the end of high school, he set every record at that school. Then he went to college, Oregon State, and he became a 2-time NCAA champion. And in 1968, he went to Mexico City for the Olympics, and he won the gold medal by clearing 7 feet 4 inches with the Fosbury flop. He revolutionized a sport, and with very few exceptions, everyone on the planet does it the way he showed us we should probably do it. Now, being creative at work is not always about trying something bold and new like he did. Sometimes, at a minimum, it's about making sure that you and the team, well, don't really indulge in lazy thinking, good enough decisions. That type of behavior is no good, and one of the best hedges against that is what is often referred to as the devil's advocate. If you've heard that term, you know what it means. It's saying how come and what if and did we consider, trying to really debate for the sake of making sure the team has a robust, thoughtful, maybe even creative decision when they're done. The history, for those who are interested, came from the church long ago, the Catholic Church. When they would debate who to make into a saint, they wouldn't just argue the pros of certain individuals up for discussion. They would actually assign someone and call them the devil's advocate to argue against that person so they could have a more complete, honest, full conversation. That idea is useful, and it's stayed with us all the way to today. I got to tell you, we know a devil's advocate presence, playing that role in a team, makes for better team performance. No doubt about it, but man, they're often treated poorly because they speak up and people go, oh no, this is going to take time, this is going to take energy, we were almost done. They don't love it. Kind of prove it to you a little bit. There's been some research on this topic over the years. Here's a version of some studies that are out there I think you'll enjoy. Imagine this. Put a bunch of people in a room over here, give them a task, say, come up with creative solutions. Put a bunch of people in a room over here, same task, come up with really creative solutions. These two teams are statistically the same. The only difference is that there is a confederate. That's a person that works for the researcher. No one knows that, just the researcher and that person. And I've given that person a role. I want you to play the devil's advocate. Say, how come, what if, did we consider, and all those good type of behaviors. They run a bunch of trials. We bring in experts to judge the quality coming out of these groups. Which group do you think the experts judge as most creative? That one, the one with the devil's advocate. And then the researcher walks back in and says, great stuff, wonderful, we're going to run some more trials. But first, I want all of you to consider one person in each group you will fire. Who do they fire? The devil's advocate every single time. Rerun the trials, bring in the experts. They now judge that the advantage is gone. They voluntarily got rid of their biggest advantage. That is the burden you face, and I'm here to tell you, it's worth it. You have to ask yourself, what kind of career do you want? You want to play it safe forever and say, I avoided catastrophe? Good for you. I think there's a better way. I want you to embrace creativity, and it starts with poking a few sacred cows. And then it starts, again, by playing and supporting people who fill the role of the devil's advocate. And there's one more piece I want to share. That is this: your time, your energy at work. Very limited, which means you have to focus on what matters. And I'm here to tell you, having been inside of many, many organizations, we waste so much time and energy on things that matter less, I'll say, as opposed to things that are so interesting and important. If we get them right, they will move us forward. Instead, we care about more trivial things. I've got so many examples I could share, but I think one rises to the top of that list to try and make this point. I was hired to give a speech to a bunch of managers maybe 15 years ago, large medical manufacturer, that's all I'll say. And I was backstage, very excited, and there were executives speaking. I was about to go on. I had a handler that day. She was a human resources manager, wonderful lady. We were having a great conversation about what her team had been up to. And she said, well, you're a creativity, innovation, leadership pro. You're going to love this. We've been working on improving and streamlining a lot of our policies to try and really give people clarity about certain things at work. And I said, well, that's great. Tell me more. And she said, well, the last couple days, actually, we've been working a lot on grooming and attire policies. And I thought, red flag, red flag. There's no way this is strategically important and going to make this firm awesome if they get it right. And she goes, well, actually, we spent most of yesterday simply debating what did or did not constitute appropriate female footwear in the office. Red flag, red flag. I said, do tell. She goes, well, We had an employee, a woman, who liked to wear basically sandals. And her boss thought that was inappropriate. They had a conversation. The boss thought the conversation was more difficult than he expected. And so he picked up the phone. He called Human Resources. Hey, guys, I think we need a policy so everybody everywhere in this massive firm will understand what policy is regarding appropriate footwear. That's a massive violation of a leadership rule I've been talking about for many years. You never craft a system-wide answer for a local little problem. You want to solve it local, and you want to move on. So she's telling me this, and I was thinking, what do I say? Red flags everywhere. And I was saved because it was time to go on stage, and so they grabbed me and they threw me out there, and I'm telling stories, and we're having fun, but I couldn't let go of that issue because it's so important to success at work. It's so important to creativity. It's so juicy. I just stopped in the middle of one of my sentences, and I said, wait a minute. Did you guys know that you have a strange fixation in this organization with what does or does not constitute acceptable female footwear? A lot of people started laughing. A few others looked confused. At least one person was, I think, maybe angry at me, the human resources manager in the back. But we ended up having a great conversation about the finite nature of our time and energy at work. Here's the truth. If you're going to give a creative effort to something, really give whatever creativity you've got to a task, that task should matter and be capable of helping you all move forward. That's what it means to focus on creativity. I think a lot of people approach this topic, and frankly, they get kind of detailed. I want to keep it simple. I want you to please answer these 3 questions. I want you to bravely answer these questions. Will you poke, occasionally, a few sacred cows? Will you play the role and support others when they play the role of the devil's advocate? And will you please remember to focus your limited time and energy on things that truly matter? Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll do those things, you and your team have a very good chance of being amazingly creative. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Todd DeWitt, for that incredible talk about the power of creativity. Our next performance will be from the Aggieland Mariachi. We are waiting to set up the mics and stuff for that, so that'll be great. How's everyone's morning? Good? Bad? Tired? Spring forward. That was interesting. I saw 2 go to 3. I was like, oh no, I lost an hour. So it's interesting. I have a question. What have y'all learned today so far? Does anyone want to answer? What have you learned today so far? It's only been the first session. It could be something really small, like I learned my feet don't fit in these shoes. or I figured out where Rudder Theater is. So the little victories are important. I don't know. I've heard these speakers before for the speaker meetings, and every time I'm amazed by their vulnerability and their eloquence because I could not do this. I'm taking a speech class myself. It's pretty difficult. I have a speech due tonight. We'll be doing that after this event is over, but let's hope I can finish it in time. I was told to stall, so I'm doing my best. My favorite breakfast cereal is Frosted Flakes. I have a controversial opinion. I don't eat it with milk. I think it ruins it. That's my personal take on it. I apologize to those watching the live stream. This is quite boring. Yeah, it's a snack. So like my favorite, okay, it's a study snack. Imagine this. You just have a cup, like a mug, and then you just put your cereal in it, and then like you're doing your problems, and you just like chug cereal. I think it's the most efficient way to eat it. This is my TED Talk, by the way. This is... if I could give a TikTok, I didn't mean to say TikTok, but a TED Talk. Oh, introduce? Okay. I've been told to stop stalling. Okay. All right. Again, thank you, Todd, for your amazing speech. Next up, we have the Aggieland Mariachi. Mariachi Anillos de Oro was founded in the fall of 2002 by students of Texas A&M University. Since then, they have had many members participate in the group that have contributed to the popularity of Mariachi Anillos de Oro, also known as the Aggieland Mariachi, all working towards becoming one of the many traditions here at Texas A&M. And then without further ado, Aggieland Mariachi.
tendrás que llorar. Dirás que no me quisiste, pero vas a estar muy triste y así te me vas a quedar. Con dinero y sin dinero, yo hago siempre lo que quiero y mis palabras la ley. No tengo trono ni reina, ni nadie que me comprenda, pero sigo siendo el rey. Una piedra en el camino me enseñó que mi destino era rodar y rodar. Después me dijo un arriero que no hay que llegar primero, pero hay que saber llegar. Con dinero y sin dinero, yo hago siempre lo que quiero y mis palabras la ley. No tengo trono ni reina, ni nadie que me comprenda, pero sigo siendo el rey. De la Sierra Morena, cielito lindo, viene bajando un par de ojitos negros, cielito lindo de contrabando. De la Sierra Morena, cielito lindo, viene bajando un par de ojitos negros, cielito lindo de contrabando. Ay, 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 canta y no llores, porque cantando se alegran, cielito lindo, los corazones. Ese lunar que tiene, cielito lindo, junto a la boca, no se lo des a nadie, cielito lindo, que a mí me toca. Ese lunar que tiene, cielito lindo, junto a la boca, no se lo des a nadie, cielito lindo, que a mí me toca. gran mundo nuevo. Yo creo podemos ver el nuevo amanecer de un nuevo día. Yo creo que tú y yo podemos ser felices todavía. Si nos dejan, buscamos un
that incredible performance, that concludes session 1 of today's conference. Thank you again for being here with us today. Session 2 will begin at 1:15 with Dr. Hector Chapa. And thank you, and have a good lunch.
Howdy, my name is Vrinda Jain, and I want to welcome you back to Rudder Theater. I hope you all had a great lunch. To begin our second session, our next speaker is Dr. Hector Chapa, with the talk entitled Memento Mori, a daily dose of mind medicine. His talk discusses sensitive topics, including suicide, so we invite you to exit the theater at this time if you do not wish to be a part of the audience for this speech. Hector Chapa, MD, is an internationally recognized speaker and published author in the field of obstetrics and gynecology, and currently serves as a clinical assistant professor of obstetrics and gynecology at the Texas A&M University College of Medicine. Without further ado, TEDxTAMU is proud to welcome Dr. Chapa to the stage.
What I'm going to tell you is likely to make you a little uncomfortable. You see, as a physician, I often have to deliver a devastating diagnosis. Well, I have one of those diagnoses for all of us here today. Now, let me be blunt. I'm going to have to walk us through some pretty dark areas, but don't worry, don't leave. See, I'm not going to let us stay there. You see, it's my intention, it's my goal that this message over the next few minutes seduces you into a new way of thinking. A new way of looking at life's obstacles and challenges, like during this pandemic, times of social isolation, and endless Zoom meetings. I'm absolutely confident that this message has the power to change you, and I'm going to use medical science to make my case. Ready? All right, let's do part one of the diagnosis. Every day, every single one of us listens to a narrated story in our mind. Well, scientific evidence has now confirmed that that story is, by default, by nature, negative. And that story affects how we carry ourselves through the day and affects every one of our relationships. Look, trust me, I have firsthand experience with this. You see, when I was 13, my adolescence was forever wrecked by my father's untimely death. That one event triggered this domino effect of personal and family turmoil, resulting ultimately in my mother's repetitive attempts at suicide, some of which I had the undesired front row seat to witness. Those events left me with insecurities and self-doubts and feelings of abandonment and unworthiness. You see, my narrated story told me that I wasn't good enough, that I wasn't worthy of attention or affection or of being lived for. Now, looking back, I can name the three assailants that held me captive for so many years. They were depression, anxiety, and low self-esteem. Now, to be honest, that was my daily existence for over 20 years. Now, although I seemed to have everything okay and everything together on the outside, man, I was the life of the party. The truth is, on the inside, I was completely broken. Now, you know mine's not an isolated story. In May of 2020, a medical report was released saying that 1 in 4 Americans met the clinical criteria for severe mental distress or illness as a response to the pandemic. That number represents a 700% increase from 2018. And by the way, this time last year, in mid-March of 2020, the use of antidepressant medications, anti-anxiety medications, and insomnia medications all rose over 30%. By the way, no one is immune. In November of 2020, a medical crisis alert was raised, calling attention to the unacceptably high rate of suicide among pregnant or recently postpartum women. And even in medicine, healthcare professionals are hurting and they're emotionally spent. Physician burnout has been called a national crisis. So, what's the diagnosis? Well, I think it's pretty easy, don't you? I mean, our mental health, it's on the ropes. Now, before I go any further, I have to be very clear. Look, there are real conditions like psychoses, schizophrenia, manic depressive disorder, and a list of others that require medication. But medication use alone for our daily battles with stress, anxiety, low self-esteem, anxiety and depression is only fixing half the battle if we don't change that narrative that we're playing in our mind. Here's why this issue is so important. You see, neuropsychologists have in fact confirmed that we do have a default thought pathway, and the truth is, it really is negative. Neuropsychologists have labeled this the brain's negativity bias, and it's running wild. Now, this was first thought to be a self-protective and adaptive mechanism, but it's out of control. Now, it's not that hard for us to figure out, right? I mean, think about it. Is it easier for you to be positive or negative throughout the day? Well, let's put this to the test. Let's say you receive an email from your professor or your teacher, or make it more personal, from your boyfriend or girlfriend or husband and wife. And it says, we really need to talk today. Where does your brain first go? If you're honest, and you're like most of us, it probably goes someplace dark, because we are programmed for negativity. I love what Mark Twain said. Twain wrote, look, I've been through some terrible things in my life, some of which actually happened. You see, our brains are like Velcro to negative experiences and Teflon to positive ones. Well, why is that? Well, neurochemical studies have now given us an answer. It seems that negative connections produce more neural connections in our brain and are more quickly converted into long-term memory compared to positive ones. Now, this also explains why it's so easy for us in general to replay negative stories over and over again in our mind, but we don't tend to do that as much for positive ones. That process is called mental rumination. But there is good news. See, there is a remedy for breaking this negativity bias. And this remedy doesn't even require a trip to the pharmacy. You see, this remedy, this prescription, starts and ends with our mindset. Mindset, I truly believe, is a form of mind medicine, and we need the right dose of it every single day. You see, this is the one thing that changed everything for me. As a physician and as a scientist, I approached my own search for a remedy like I was doing a dissertation. I mean, I searched for recent data and I compared it to historical texts. And there was that one theme that kept repeating itself over and over again, despite different decades, actually across different centuries of publication, from psychology, psychiatry, expert opinions in mental health, and even chronic disease journals. This one issue of mindset kept showing up. Now, I know this concept of mindset is pretty popular and it gets thrown around a lot in pop culture, but I want to show you this in a new way. See, I don't want to just approach it from its proven historical origins. I want to show you how important mindset actually is, not just to our emotional and our mental well-being, but to our physical health as well. Listen, this is why we've got to get this right now. You see, each one of our lives comes down to a simple dash. That dash represents the number of years from our birth date to our final date. According to the CDC, as of December of 2020, the average life expectancy for us as Americans is just 77.7 years on average. Now, take away the first 10 years for childhood growth and development, the next 5 years for expected teenage angst, and the last 10 years for age-related reduction in function and natural disease. You know what that leaves? Just 52 years in the middle. 52 hopefully high-productive, high-functional, impactful years, but how we choose to spend those depends entirely on how we view events around us, how we interpret things through our mind's eye, and that perception is all based on our mindset. Look, I've had a unique opportunity as an OBGYN physician. I've seen the bipolar ends of life. I've had a unique opportunity, and really it's an honor, to usher in new life into this world. And at the same time, I've held patients' hands as they have left it. I've seen patients with devastating medical conditions overcome improbable odds, while others with less severe diagnoses seem to succumb to fear, defeat, and death. So what's the difference in those two groups? Well, outside of biological reasons, medical science has now confirmed that the key lies in their mindset and in their will to overcome. Here's what I have seen in my own life, in my medical practice, and here's what I know to be true. It's been written about in historical texts. It's very easy. We have the power to choose whether this expedition, this odyssey that we call life, will lead us down into despair or depression, or significance and success. But don't take my word for it. I love what the father of American psychology, William James, wrote in the 19th century. James said, "The greatest discovery of my generation is that an individual can alter their entire destiny just by altering their attitude of thought." Even though that was written over 100 years ago and still valid today, we seem to have forgotten that basic concept. All right, now remember I told you I was going to use medical science to make my case. All right, well, get ready, because I'm going to show you some things that are kind of wild. See, we've always understood that our emotions affect how we feel physically. That makes sense, right? I mean, depression feels like fatigue or chronic headache or chronic pelvic pain or insomnia. Anxiety can present like palpitations or racing heartbeat or sweaty palms and shortness of breath. We get that. But there's a growing body of medical literature that suggests that our emotional state of health has big implications for our long-term physical health as well. In order to make this case, I want to introduce you to 3 key players that are responsible for our brain's biology. They are cortisol, dopamine, and serotonin. You see, cortisol by itself is a good thing. Cortisol is a natural hormone responsible in our body, and it takes care of us for our fight or flight response. So when we have an external threat, our cortisol level rises to keep us out of harm's way. But what neurochemical studies have now confirmed is when we have these self-inflicted battles within our own thought of fear, denial, low self-esteem, our body can't distinguish that thought life threat from a physical threat, and so our body's cortisol levels rise and stay elevated perpetually. High cortisol levels in the brain wreak havoc on the brain's function. It seems that persistent elevated cortisol levels seems to foster or endorse or push us more into more addictive style negative thinking. And when our cortisol levels rise in the brain and stay high, our dopamine and serotonin levels drop. Now look, trust me, you don't want low dopamine and serotonin levels, okay? Those are our happy hormones. I mean, dopamine, for example, is our reward-seeking hormone. We need those. So by our own self-inflicted mental states and rising our cortisol level, we're pushing ourselves further down into this dark spiral of despair and depression. Cortisol in the body also wreaks havoc as well. You see, cortisol in the body leads to system-wide inflammation, and that leads to free radical formation. Those 2 items are independent contributors to chronic disease, like heart disease, stroke, the metabolic syndrome, obesity, certain cancers, and even dementia. Now, talking about dementia, here's a good place for us to kind of stop a little bit, and I know it's your favorite, so we're going to review a little bit of neuroanatomy. Now, it's going to be very brief. Now, even though there's a lot of areas in the brain responsible for how we process stress, fear, anxiety, depression, I want to focus on just 3 key areas here. And we're going to start with a little almond-shaped structure deep in the center of our brain called the amygdala. See, the amygdala is our emotional control center, and it functions like a type of radar. It's one of the first things that gets activated when we either have a thought or see an external stimulus. From there, that message goes to the hippocampus for long-term storage as a memory, and then it gets kicked over to the front of our brain called the neocortex, or the prefrontal cortex. Listen, here's what neuroimaging studies have now confirmed. After long exposures of anxiety, fear, or depression, those individuals can actually grow the size of their amygdala and reduce the size of their prefrontal cortex. Now, the prefrontal cortex is responsible for our rational thought. It's our higher critical thinking center. So we can actually, it looks like, change our brain's not just neurochemistry, but anatomy to be further driven by emotion instead of rational thought. This also helps to explain why people that are negative kind of tend to stay negative. You know somebody like that? It may be hardwired into their brain. Now, that's important in and of itself. But wait, there's more. You see, in December of 2020, out of the Journal of the American Medical Association, a very well-respected journal, they actually found just how important this issue of mindset and negativity bias actually is. This is going to get you. See, these researchers followed pregnant women, self-identified as high emotional stress, fear, anxiety, or just depressed. And this was validated on scale. They then had their babies undergo functional MRI scans, and those babies actually had altered neurodevelopment, just like the patterns of adults that we found. Did y'all get that? So the authors concluded that maternal psychological distress during pregnancy can actually lead to neuropsychiatric defects in children. We are passing this on to children not even born. Now, before I come to the end of our time together, I have to share with you the most important, the most powerful form of mind medicine that I've found yet. And hopefully it's going to help you see life in a different way. And it comes in the form of 2 words, memento mori. Now, before I give you the English translation of this Latin phrase, I have to put it into context, because without it, the translation is kind of dark. In order to understand where this comes from, we have to go back to ancient Rome, in a time when Rome was the seat of power and civilization. Now, after a Roman conquest, it was tradition for the conquering Roman general to be paraded through the streets of Rome to the praise and the adoration of the people in a horse-drawn chariot. Now, it was the job of a lonely peasant servant to stand behind the general and whisper repetitively into his ear, in the middle of all the praise and celebration, memento mori, memento mori. Translated in English, that means, remember, you're only human, and one day you must die. Oh, what a bummer that. Who in the world is going to say that in the middle of a parade and a celebration? But please understand the intent of that. See, that wasn't to depress the victor or somehow subtract or detract from the moment of the celebration. No, no, no. It was just the opposite. See, it was a reminder, an encouragement to tell the general to live that moment 100% to the full, knowing that everything is fleeting. It was a reminder to listen to every sound, appreciate every odor, feel every touch, and to live 100% maximum in that celebration. It was a reminder that just like past hurts and disappointments don't last forever, neither do our joys and successes. You see, if we really understood this principle of mind medicine, how would it affect how we live today? I've had to learn this for myself in my personal life. I mean, if we knew that our time was fleeting and we're just not here for all that long, which arguments would you just walk away from because they seem petty in light of the bigger picture? And at the same time, which relationships would you go back and mend because they're worth fighting for? Which jobs will we just leave in search of greater adventures? And lastly, how much easier if we understood this concept of memento mori and understood our mindset? How much easier would it be to turn the page on past hurts and desires and failed expectations, and so that we can write our next chapter in our book? Now, as I come to the end of our time together, I do have to leave you with an important disclosure, because every prescription has a disclosure, right? Well, here it is. Please understand that what I'm offering you, this prescription for mind medicine of viewing life differently, because we're only here for a short amount of time, and this concept of a memento mori, please understand, this is not a panacea or a cure-all for life's troubles. No, no, no. Life is really hard. You're going to have loss. You're going to have disappointment. Someone's going to hurt you. However, even though this prescription will not guarantee you a safe journey or a smooth road as you go down the road of life, I do promise you, I almost guarantee you that it will help you to better enjoy the ride. Memento mori. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chapa, for your great talk. The next speaker at this conference is Rosemary Fiore, with a talk entitled Nature and Rhythm in COVID Times. Rosemary Fiore is a visual artist working in the Bronx, New York, and her work is included in the collections of Texas A&M University, the U.S. Embassy, Colombo, Sri Lanka, UBS, Fidelity, Weatherspoon Museum, North Carolina, and the Cosmopolitan Hotel, Las Vegas. Rosemary is unable to attend this conference in person, but we will now present the first ever screening of her talk.
"2020 was a year of drastic change. By March, COVID-19 took hold of New York, and soon the state was seeing a high number of infections. People stayed at home, small businesses closed, large gatherings were not permitted, and masking up and social distancing became the norm. By summer, I was looking to nature to reconnect to the world outside of quarantine. I hiked the Bronx River Greenway along the Bronx River. It's a 25-mile path that connects Bronx and Westchester counties. Late winter has arrived. After months of hiking, I've settled on a favorite section of the Greenway that I walk daily with trekking poles. Along the path, the Bronx River broadens into lakes with waterfalls. As I hear the sound of the river, I notice the many species of geese and duck. The hooded merganser catches my eye. It's a duck that is uncommon to my region, and I am surprised to see it living on the Bronx River. They are sleek, fast, petite, and well-equipped for diving and hunting. The male is black and white. Feathers on his head form a round crest when raised. Inside the crest is a large white dot. The female is near him, and she is also crested. She is covered with speckled brown feathers. The male disappears deep into the river and pops up 20 feet away from his mate. My walk continues. The trekking poles tap and dig into the ground on cue with a constant rhythm as I drift into a meditative state. I hear the sound of the elevated Metro North as it zooms by and then fades into the distance. I imagine myself riding the number 5 subway. many years ago as I leave the Bronx to go to Coney Island in Brooklyn. It is summer, the train is packed, and people are going about their business. It's a redbird train and is painted a deep red color. Redbirds were displayed at the 1964 World's Fair at Flushing Meadows Corona Park and are the first subway cars to feature landscape-style windows. We are approaching Coney Island. I can feel the excitement mounting among the passengers in the train. The next stop is Luna Park. As I enter the amusement park, I immediately locate myself in relation to the Wonder Wheel and the Cyclone. I see the Scrambler and get in line. I get on. The Scrambler starts off slowly and spins faster and faster until it hits full speed. My body slides across the seat and I become pinned to the other side of the car. Locked in place, I look out into the park as I spin. Everything is blurred. Lights and colors swirl as they weave an invisible tapestry in the air. The ride spins and turns in a specific way. Imagine a smaller circle rotating within a larger circle. It is a fixed point variable drawing tool, the colossal cousin of the spirograph. As I watch, it creates a giant invisible roulette curve over the ground. What would happen if I could attach a paintbrush to one of the cars as it spun? The ride comes to a stop and I'm a little dizzy as I exit. I look around the park. I imagine there are other unseen structures and designs waiting to be revealed. I see a video game arcade and walk in. It has many retro games. I find a Galaga, Gyrus, Asteroids, Missile Command, Tempest, Centipede, Quantum, and Kix. All my favorites. They are vector graphics games and generate distinct simple designs and patterns. Their hidden images can be seen through time-lapse photography. I insert a quarter into one of these games, open the camera's shutter, and begin playing. When the game is over, the shutter closes, and I see my brief life in cyberspace recorded on one frame of film as a Mondrian painting. An eye, a Sicilian cartwheel, a New York City transit map. I moved to pinball. I noticed the arcade has many contemporary and complex machines. Their playfields feature 2, sometimes 3 levels. These are solid-state electronic games. They have microprocessors and digital sound effects. Wonderful and beautiful machines. However, I'm looking for the electromechanical ones. They rely on a countless number of relays and switches and miles of wire to operate. They have a signature electrical hum, spinning mechanical score wheels, and actual bells that ding. The arcade has a first-generation Evel Knievel pinball machine produced by Bally in 1977. The machine is red, white, and blue. Fire shoots from the motorcycle wheel illustration on the headboard. As I play, I enjoy the sounds of the machine. The pinball shoots across the surface of its playfield, creating an invisible kinematic map. Can this map be revealed over time? The playfield is shaped like an extended skull. Red, white, and blue paint trails left by the pinballs pulse like veins over its surface as they mix to create different hues of lavender. It's getting dark, and the firework display is about to begin. I make my way to the crowded Coney Island beach. The sand is warm. I find a spot near the water. As I look up at the darkening sky, I think of the Green Man, the pyrotechnic Grand Marshal of medieval parades. He held a fire club consisting of a branch with fireworks bundled at the top. He was drenched in water and covered with a thick layer of green leaves. It was simple do-it-yourself fireproofing. His purpose was to signal to the townspeople that the pyrotechnic parade was about to begin. He did this by igniting the firework bundle and shooting it into the air. Thunderous bangs, sparks, and fire shot out of his club as people gathered around. I'm reminded of my Sicilian heritage and residency in Palazzuolo. remembering the basilica's loud chimes, which alerted the townspeople that the spectacle surrounding the exit of the simulacrum of San Sebastiano was about to begin. We gathered in the main piazza as fireworks filled the midday sky. Hundreds of metal tubes loaded with fettucci colorati were fastened to the basilica's facade and shot into the sky, releasing colorful, shape-shifting paper plumes. Minutes later, the town was covered in a layer of pink, white, red, and blue confetti. The firework display begins, and I take it in deeply. Each firework leaves a unique smoke plume in the night sky. I imagine gathering a plume and coaxing it into a shape that it holds. Could a plume be directed, sculpted, or contained? Could the breath of a firework be collected? The material used to hold the plume would need to be flexible at first, and then harden into a solid form. A firework display is ephemeral. Colorful lights, loud bangs, clouds of thick smoke, and the smell of gunpowder. In the smoky night sky, I see many images come and go. I think of surrealist paintings that were created using the technique fumage. Carbon marks left by smoke from candles were fixed onto canvas. Totemic images were found and brought to life using a brush and oil paint. The night sky transforms into a large canvas. I imagine controlling the plumes and explosions created during the display by directing their movement onto canvas. The smoke from the display settles around the buildings surrounding the beach. It is hovering, moving slowly, and acting like fog. The tops of the buildings push out of the smoke and appear to be suspended in space. I think of my pyrotechnic paintbrushes, in particular, the smoke painting tool Sky City. It has harnessed many smoke plumes and leaves fuzzy clouds of dots and lines when dragged across paper. The tool is cumbersome and not nearly as graceful as the quad axle. The quad axle moves easily and spins for minutes, just like a figure skater or ballet dancer. Then there's Futurismo's perfect symmetry. To use a smoke painting tool is to dance with it. There is no other way. It is my dance partner. We navigate the canvas together, each moving in its own way, yet in unison. We direct each other and work in harmony as we choreograph our dance together. The firework display finished with the spectacular grand finale, and people are collecting their things to go home. I find my way to the subway and catch a train going north to the Bronx. It's another Redbird train. I take a seat and look out the window. The windows are covered in sgraffito, layers of tags, marks, words, and letters scratched into the glass by different subway passengers over the years. As I look into the night, the words begin to embed themselves into the city skyline. They dart across the top of tall buildings and water towers and are moving with me as I make my way home. I try to decipher the layered marks and make sense of the cryptic poems. Most of the Redbirds were decommissioned and phased out between 2001 to 2003. Many were stripped and sunk into the Atlantic Ocean, forming the artificial Redbird Reef, located off the East Coast between New Jersey and Georgia. The reef consists of over 700 redbird cars. It acts as a breeding ground for marine life and sustains the local fishing industries. The rhythmic pace of my walk brings me back to the present, and I hear the call of Canadian geese flying over the Bronx River. I look up and admire their V formation in the sky. It's been a cold and snowy February, and the Bronx River froze over last night. The hooded mergansers are nowhere to be seen today. I decide to leave the path and trek through the woodlands up a small hill that is covered with a fresh layer of powder snow. There, I encounter a wandering flock of 50 red-breasted robins, all gathered in the trees. What a wonderful sight to see so many robins at once. I feel lucky. The robin is the first bird to return north after migrating south for the winter. As I walk by them, I smile under my mask. The return of the robin means that soon, spring will be here.
Thank you, Rosemary, for working to give your speech virtually. That concludes our second session of speeches. The third session will begin at 3 p.m. Again, we ask that you be careful and aware of social distancing when exiting and returning to the theater. Thank you.
Howdy, my name is Samantha Etchegary, and I would like to welcome you back to Rudder Theater for the 2021 conference. Our first speaker in session 3 is Akansh Tambe, with a talk entitled How Understanding Borders Helps Us Facilitate Positive Changes. Akansh shares inspiring and heartbreaking stories from all over the world through photography. And he's involved in several national public speaking engagements and community service events with the goal of presenting facts and promoting empathy, sympathy, and compassion. Join me in welcoming Akansh Tambe to the stage.
Thank you so much, Samantha. Good afternoon. So, when you first hear the word border, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Caravan of immigrants migrating north, maybe? An entry point for asylum seekers fleeing their home countries due to the atrocities of war or poverty? Maybe you relate it to an epicenter of hostility, brutality, and struggle, or just an imaginary line or a physical barrier that passes through mountains, hills, sand dunes, canals, rivers, cacti fields, cities, and oceans. But I mean, no matter how we look at it, there's no question that this topic of borders has engulfed American politics, right? And has led to some really deep divisions in our country. But in reality, these borders are so much more than places of conflict. They're also intersections of rich culture, exchange of ideas, hubs for trade and commerce, and sometimes even places of natural beauty. In fact, the Milky Way galaxy is visible at the US-Mexico border just a few hours south of here. The clear night sky on a new moon night with billions of stars reminds us that we really are just this tiny speck in the universe. Punches home the simple truth that we're a meaningful human race. We're a single human race with a meaningful purpose of existence. Now, what drives people to undertake the dangerous journey to cross any border? What is it to be a refugee? What does the border really look like? And why do we remain so divided on this topic of border security and immigration? I had so many more questions than answers, which is what led me to embark on this journey along the US-Mexico border, exploring the culture and documenting the raw, often unseen realities of this 1,900-mile-long border. Along this voyage of exploration, I met some truly extraordinary people, each of whom touched my life uniquely and profoundly through their stories. Now, I visited borders all over the world, right? So these questions led me to 6 borders across 5 continents. That's where I heard all of these stories and met all of these incredible people that each changed my life uniquely. I met a German couple who were photographing Syria from the Israeli side of their border so that their adopted Syrian refugee son could see his home country in pictures as he grew up. A student who drives 2 hours every single morning just to get to school. A convicted felon in Colombia who served his sentence and is now a strong advocate for education and works hard every single day to lift his small town out of poverty. A Palestinian teen who holds a camera for the first time and can't stop looking through the pictures of his country that I took earlier that day. Finally, a Border Patrol agent who told me no citizen had ever stopped by to say hello to him once in the last 20 years, given the hardly habitable terrain conditions that he's forced to work in every single day. In fact, most Border Patrol agents don't know where they'll be stationed until the day of duty. They spend long hours in their vehicles patrolling in even the most hazardous conditions, or walking miles in the treacherous cacti fields, but I mean always working under this extreme pressure. Some surveillance areas of theirs are so remote that the days of isolation take a strong psychological toll on these agents. It's a job for which one has to be on constant alert and prepared for anything, whether that means saving a drowning immigrant or stumbling across a dead body in the middle of the night. Dealing with drug cartels, sex traffickers, and sometimes even armed militia is really no easy task. One agent who I talked to told me that although it's his duty to apprehend anyone crossing the border illegally, his first action is always to offer water to the thirsty immigrant, even as he handcuffs them. All this to say that at the end of the day, Border Patrol agents are human beings too, and we should be grateful for their service. Part of truly understanding these borders entails trying to gain insight into the lives of the people who cross the border for a better living. Along my journey, I met immigrants who painstakingly harvest cotton fields, pull weeds from pesticide-ridden farms, process construction materials with their bare hands, and toil away in the desert heat. Many walk or bike hours every day to get to their place of work in the US, and that's completely not to mention the long immigration lines that they have to endure. I met one immigrant who couldn't stop voicing her bewilderment at the level of discrimination that she's felt in the past just because of her ethnicity. It hurts her even more because, unbeknownst to the outside world, her brother died in a shrapnel explosion while serving in the US Army in the Middle East. She later shared with me some pictures of her late brother and of the American flag that adorned his casket at his funeral. Her story reminds me and reminds us of why empathy is so crucial, right? I mean, now more than ever. The Joint Security Area, seen here in Panmunjom, is the only place inside the demilitarized zone where North and South Korea conduct their official meetings. These blue houses sit right on the border between the two countries, inside the DMZ, which is widely considered to be one of the most secure borders of the world, given the vast military presence. Migration across this border is both rare and extremely dangerous, but nonetheless, some North Korean soldiers have attempted to defect to the south, navigating through barbed wire fences, evading human traps and landmines, and avoiding the electric shock from fences. The DMZ has state-of-the-art security on both sides of the border, like thermal imaging technology, night vision technology, sensors, and on the South Korean side of the border, military outposts every 100 meters inside the DMZ. The roads leading up to and inside the DMZ are often lined with these things called anti-tank walls, which are rigged with dynamite and designed to explode and topple onto the road in the case of an oncoming North Korean invasion. All of this essentially ensures that the Korean DMZ is a border like no other, especially given the constant threat of the eruption of a nuclear world war. In stark contrast to the heavily fortified Korean DMZ, the border between Colombia and Peru is largely unguarded and rich in nature. Meet the villagers who reside along the banks of this Amazon River border. The only means of transport to the villages at the banks of the river is by boat. And in the evenings, the villagers gather on a small island in between the two countries for bouts of wrestling and swimming. In fact, as the sun set over the Amazon one evening, my sister and I actually had the opportunity to join them on the island for a really fun game of soccer. Kids there don't own iPhones or play video games. Instead, they swim with the dolphins in the Amazon and they play in the mud. Their lifestyle really made me rethink my own luxuries. Now, the country of Israel undoubtedly has some of the richest cultures and traditions of the world. It's also a place of severe ethnic and religious conflict. Israel shares borders with Lebanon, Syria, Palestine, Jordan, Egypt, and Gaza. Israel's border with Lebanon is incredibly scenic towards the west, with a barrier constructed towards the east. Now, border crossings at this location are completely one-directional, as Israel considers Lebanon an enemy of state, given the continued active presence of Hezbollah in many of the border towns there. When I asked one resident about the barrier and about Hezbollah, he told me, you can't dig underground tunnels, you can't recruit young suicide bombers, and then expect that the borders remain open. The barrier between Israel and Palestine is the tallest cemented border structure that I've seen to date. One Palestinian family inside Palestine was especially kind to host us for an afternoon of lunch after a long morning of photographing the neighborhood. A hired household helper there told me about her nephew, who was rounded up by the Israeli government during a peaceful protest and whose whereabouts are now completely unknown. In Hebron, Palestine, Palestinians crossing from a Palestine-controlled sector of the city, to an Israeli-controlled sector of the same city, are subjected to mandatory body inspections. And later that day, an Israeli soldier told me why, as he pointed out the poster of a 10-year-old Israeli girl who was killed in a dance class just a few days earlier. I earned a deeper understanding into why the institution of peace in the Middle East has continued to remain so fruitless. I witnessed this vicious cycle of two wrongs not making a right, as the relationship between these two countries continued to sink further and further into despair. Now, drug trafficking is widely the most cited issue at borders all over the world. And residents and Border Patrol agents shared with me some of the creative ways that cartels use to smuggle drugs. For example, drugs can be stitched underneath someone's skin, or hidden in coconuts, coffee beans, or kidney beans. They sometimes use a chemical masking agent to completely disguise the appearance of cocaine. I mean, cartels sometimes even use these sophisticated electric submersibles and makeshift planes to land the drugs. These planes land in any strip of open land, including farmland, and intentionally break down after a single use. Unfortunately, this problem of drug trafficking is a continually growing crisis, one that will sadly but undoubtedly continue to plague us for some years to come. Finally, we've all heard from the media and politicians, but I got a very different and unique perspective from someone who endured the dangerous US-Mexico border journey herself. I'd like for you to meet an immigrant who crossed the border decades ago. According to her, while some flee their home countries due to these atrocities of war, poverty, many others are manipulated into undertaking the arduous journey north by cartels who only want to profit from their crossing. She believes that education is the solution to this problem, and that needs to start in countries far beyond our own borders. Inspired by my journey, she voluntarily gave us a 4-hour tour of her town until midnight, taking us to places that we wouldn't have otherwise dared to go. Along the way, she shared her story of how she crossed the border illegally at the time and struggled to make ends meet. She raised her son alone, who went on to serve in the US Army. She won my heart. Now, as I became more invested in my travels, I began to fear the unknown less and explore far beyond what I was originally comfortable with, leading me to people who taught me invaluable and life-changing lessons through their inspiring and heartbreaking stories that they shared with pride, tears, and passion. My experiences have cemented my belief that every perspective matters, every person is significant, and every story needs to be told. Most importantly, we need to give a voice to those who cannot speak up for themselves. We need to make ourselves a part of people's lives by understanding their experiences, understanding their hardships, their beliefs. People will confide in us, but we need to give them a reason to. People will trust us with their stories, but it's our duty to safeguard that trust by valuing their perspective. By engaging in our communities in this manner, we can understand and truly appreciate what we have while doing something noble for the greater good. And in today's world, more than ever, it's so important to bring communities together like this by emphasizing our shared humanity and the common values that bind us. But even through all this, the bigger question still persists, right? Why do we remain so divided? We know that the foundation of our democracy is the empowerment of the common man and woman to express themselves freely. But that being said, we need to be able to discern fiction from fact, logic, and reason, constructing educated and well-informed opinions based on those facts. That's how we maintain our society and not fall prey to our divisions. These divisions that are often amplified by uninformed and baseless assertions. We divide ourselves because we disagree on how the problem should be solved. And in the ensuing chaos and debate, a great many perspectives are lost. If considering every perspective is what's necessary to find common ground, then it's our duty to the world and every single one of its citizens to do so. Not because it's easy, but because it's right. So how can students do their part and help make a difference in the community? There's so many societal issues that the world faces today that divide us. For example, hunger and poverty, climate change, racial inequality. I mean, the list really is endless, right? So by using the resources at your disposal and your interdisciplinary talent, you can help bring underrepresented perspectives into the public sphere. Find your own unique way of facilitating positive change. The world really is full of possibilities, and you can make a powerful impact if you're able to connect passion with purpose. It was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. who said, "We may have all come on different ships, but we're in the same boat now." Undoubtedly, we still have a long way to go to truly embody this as a society. It'll take immeasurable courage to foster such a high level of empathy and inclusion, and that can only happen if we truly open our eyes to the world. Accepting the facts, understanding all perspectives, and most importantly, exemplifying a willingness to do what is right. Positive change will never come easy. But I know it's not impossible either. So no matter what tomorrow brings, or however hard or long the journey may seem, I'm optimistic that we can still strive to be the change that we want to see in the world. And at every step of this perpetual odyssey, the decisions that we make and the actions that we take will define the mark that we leave on this world and our legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Akansh, for your amazing talk. The next speaker is Dr. Sarita Menon with a talk entitled The Biases That Blind Us. Dr. Sarita Menon launched the international children's science magazine SMORE in 2017, driven by a mission to see better representation of women in STEM. Her purpose and passion lie in building scientific literacy skills in children and preparing them for a future of seen and unseen challenges. So without further ado, TEDxTAMU is proud to welcome Dr. Menon to the stage.
.1 seconds. That's how long it takes me to make an impression on you. And I don't have to do anything. I'm just standing here. Now, the reason why your human brain is able to size me up in 1/10 of a second is because you already have a lot of information about me. Well, not exactly about me. That would be creepy. But information about somebody who looks like me. So the moment I came here, you thought, ooh, female, has brown skin, probably South Asian. But it didn't just stop there. It probably also thought, ooh, female, might be overly emotional, might not be very good at driving. This is stereotyping, and we do it all the time. We are constantly categorizing people, we are making assumptions, we are holding biases, and we can't help it because stereotyping is a way for our brains to make quick decisions in our world. They may not always be the right decisions, but they'll be quick decisions. So I think I have reached a point in my life where I can say I have pretty much defied a lot of the stereotypes. For starters, I'm a great driver. And as a girl child growing up in India in the 80s in a middle-class family meant that while my education was very important, my aspirations not so much. I never grew up listening to, oh, you can be anything you want to be. No. We had two choices. You could either be a doctor or you could be an engineer. Because we were told that these are the two professions that will take you up in life, that are your ticket to financial stability. Well, guess what? I didn't do either of them. I went and got a PhD. And then I didn't even do what all PhDs are supposed to do. You know, go to a university, get a research position. I actually left academic research. And I went and became an entrepreneur. Now, for those who don't know what an entrepreneur is, They are defined as people who first jump off a cliff and then build a parachute as they're coming down. So most of them really don't know what they're doing. But I do know this. I am passionate about science. I'm passionate about education, especially science education for girls. The reality is stereotypes are everywhere. They permeate every part of our society. But as a woman in science, and as somebody who's now working in media and education, what really fascinates me is trying to understand how the cultural stereotypes influence our children and their career aspirations. So have you all ever asked a child, what do you want to be when you grow up? It's an amazing question, because sometimes they will come up with amazing answers. And while this is a very fun question, it is also a very revealing question, because children's aspirations can tell us a lot about their family, their economic class, their ethnicity, and even the cultural stereotypes that they are growing up with. And if you look at children's aspirations, they usually base them on what their parents' jobs are, what their friends are into, even what they watch on YouTube. But very often, children's aspirations are based on their gender, because traditional stereotypes of what boys and girls can and cannot do, they very much still have a strong hold on our beliefs, and we tend to pass it on to our children. You just have to walk down a toy store aisle. Well, nowadays you will be scrolling on Amazon, but you just have to walk down, see the toys in a toy store aisle to realize that girls love crafts and boys love robots. That narrative, it is still very much reinforced and marketed. So when girls see this, they realize there are a lot of professions that are not a good fit for them. In fact, research has shown that girls as young as 6 years old have already made the association that fields like science and technology are for really, really smart people, and these really, really smart people are all boys. They are not girls. Now, science, technology, engineering, math. Now, these are the fields that have suddenly become all the rage in education. But the way I see it, these fields have always been in the news for something else, for having too many men and not enough women in them. According to the United States Census Bureau, in 1970s, there used to be just 8% women in the STEM workforce, just 8%. In 2019, that number went up to 27%. Wow, in the last 50 years or so, that's a lot of progress we have made. But if you really look a little deeper, there are certain fields like engineering and computer science where the trend, where the percentage is stagnant. In fact, computer science, the numbers are actually shrinking. So when we look at this and we realize that there are a lot of fields that the girls are not going into, and it has become a purpose for our government, technology companies, toy companies, clothing manufacturers, everybody is trying to increase participation of girls in STEM fields. And for years, the numbers haven't budged. Now, one argument has been, maybe it's a matter of personal choice. Girls are just not interested in these fields, and there's nothing we can do about it. Now, the argument or the assumption with that argument is that if it's a matter of personal choice, there is nothing else, there are no external factors affecting that personal choice, which may not exactly be true. So Sapna Cherian, she's a psychologist at the University of Washington, and she did this experiment where she called in undergraduate students and she asked them to describe what a typical computer scientist would look like. So how about we do this experiment here? So I want you all to think about what is the image that comes to your mind? How would you describe a computer scientist, right? So the students in that undergraduate study, they described a typical computer scientist as being male, as being intelligent or a genius, as being skinny, as being socially awkward, and having not good personal hygiene. Although that point seems a little too specific, so I'm not sure what's going on there. But how many of you here had at least one word that was related or had in common with the students in that undergraduate study? We can show a show of hands here. There you go, right? So if this is how you think a computer scientist looks like, then you, as a girl, or even a person of color, you are bound to believe you're not going to fit in. And there is a very, very high chance that you are going to self-select out of even considering computer science as a possible career choice. Is that personal choice? Of course it is personal choice. But the current narrative that boys are better at computer science than girls, that is a big part of what is influencing your personal choice. And it is a false narrative because that is just not true. There was a point when women actually dominated computer science. Some of the pioneers of computing have been women. Ada Lovelace, Grace Hopper, Margaret Hamilton, Katherine Johnson. These are just a few of the names. In fact, if you look at the graph, you will notice that there was a point when there were more women than men in computer science. And somewhere around 1984 is when the shift started happening. The trend started going down. So what happened in 1984? Turns out 1984 was the year when personal computers hit the market. And these were exclusively being marketed to the boys. So parents were more than twice as likely to purchase computers for their boys than their girls as gifts. So more boys started getting access to it. They started doing a lot more of the coding, and this is where we are. This is the culture we have created now. So when I look at this, I am thinking, wow, this is a great example of how a shift has happened based on what we are telling the children and what they are thinking they are capable of doing, and where they belong and where they don't. So then my question became, is it possible to change that? And that is how, in 2017, I launched SMORE. So this was the magazine where children, both girls and boys, they get to see the unseen faces and hear the unheard stories of the women in STEM. And I did this because I felt that when they see these stories, when they see these women, they are now, whether you're a boy or a girl who does not fit the stereotype, you are now inspired, and you are now have this courage, you have the courage, you have the confidence to feel that even if you are not fitting the stereotype, you have an interest, you have a passion, you will have a place in STEM. So the World Economic Forum actually predicts that 65% of the children who are in elementary school today, 65%, they are going to be in jobs that do not even exist today. So how are we going to prepare these kids for a future that we don't even know how it looks like? I think for now, the first things to do would be to completely get rid of stereotypical associations of talent, of brilliance, to specific gender or specific race, so that all children, regardless of who they are, have access to explore and excel in whatever it is that they want to do. Both boys and girls are given equal opportunities to be scientifically and digitally literate. But also by knowing and realizing that just learning how to code or being really good at analyzing data, that is not going to be enough for these children. Because in a world where cars are going to drive themselves and robots will be doing operations on us, our children do not need to aspire to be just a doctor or just an engineer. In fact, they need to aspire to become people with exceptional abilities to adapt to changes. They need to become people who are really good at acquiring new skills, who have a creative, out-of-box mindset, and who have really good social and emotional intelligence. Because the way I see it, in a world that's going to be so tech-centered, our kids will really thrive if we can make sure that they are equipped with skills that are uniquely human. Now, for the students who are sitting in the audience here today, you are way past elementary school. So there are still a few things I would like you to take away from this talk. One of the first things is to realize that stereotypes exist. They are not going to go away anytime soon. In fact, they may never go away. But it is up to us to realize that we can rise above them. We can understand, we can recognize them, and we can try to not influence us. I would also like you to use this talk as a reminder to check in with your own biases and your own assumptions that you may have grown up with, and realize that they don't have to define you, they don't have to stop you. And remember, there are no rules about what you can and cannot do. Do you want to be a scientist who also does stand-up comedy on the side? For sure, you can do that. And secondly, I want you all to have courage. Because as somebody who was growing up in India, I was told to aspire to 3 things: get a good education, get married, and end up in a nice, stable, well-paying job. It wasn't until I was in my 40s that I realized that I want more. And it took courage, and just courage, to walk away from that stable job and go jump off a cliff, become the entrepreneur, and start a publication with zero knowledge of how the whole thing works. So it was just pure courage. So I will leave you with this. Have courage to do your own thing. Rise above the stereotypes that define you. And it may not always be easy, but I can guarantee you that it will always be worth it. Thank you.
The person born with the talent they are meant to use will find their greatest happiness in using it. It just made sense. Like, I feel the most happiness when I'm painting. They talk about Picasso and Van Gogh and Basquiat all the time. They talk about the art that they made because it influenced the world, but you gotta remember, art is something that was created by somebody. And that person is special too. Sometimes it's not about the art, it's about the artist.
Our final speaker in session 3 is Jonas Davis with a talk entitled The Value of Creativity. Jonas is a student from Texas A&M and self-taught artist from Houston, Texas, that is currently based in College Station and has been creating and selling artwork since August of 2017. He entered into the world of art as a painter, and since then has branched out into fields like music and photography. Over time, he grew passionate about it and now wants to share his art with the world. Please join me in welcoming Jonas Davis to the stage.
Howdy! Think about what you would say if someone asked you, are you creative? I'm sure most of you wouldn't answer that question with a yes, as if being creative is only reserved for a few people. I can't lie, I too once thought this way. My name is Jonas Davis. For many years of my life, I was a student athlete with aspirations of becoming a veterinarian. I didn't understand the value of creativity until my sophomore year at Texas A&M. I began to create art in my free time, and it quickly grew into a passion of mine. I'm a senior university studies architecture major with a double minor in creative studies and art from Houston, Texas. My favorite medium is acrylic on canvas, which is what I have for you today. I've been painting for about 4 years, and in that time, I've created over 400 paintings, taught about 10 art classes for multiple organizations, and had 10 art shows across Texas. I create art every day, and I embrace every moment of it.
Wow, that is phenomenal, Jonas. So tell me, you mentioned being a student athlete. Can you tell us a little bit about what life was like?
So life as a student athlete was constantly busy, constantly being on a schedule for someone else, essentially not having to think about too many things I had to do. I just had to move off instinct. I learned so much from my time in being a student athlete that I still carry many of those lessons with me today. I learned to be a part of something greater, to hold not only myself accountable, but others as well, to demand the very best from myself.
Right, I agree. Being a student athlete can teach you a lot of values. But tell me, what was the transition like going from being a student athlete with a full schedule to being a student with a lot of free time?
Wow, that transition was not easy. Definitely having a constant schedule of events between studying for classes, working out for sports. I didn't really have any actual free time or hobbies or aspirations outside of being a student athlete. So when I got to Texas A&M, in a way I felt lost, because that identity that I once carried and that was a part of who I was no longer something that I could lean on to be a part of myself. So I started to venture out and explore the world for what it had to offer. Through that, I found creativity.
Right. I think that's something that a lot of us can relate to, especially as college students, trying to find our identity. But tell me, how did you stumble upon art as that new identity?
Well, it didn't come just out of nowhere. It was essentially like a seed. It was something that I had to take the first step into to really establish a foundation. I found art on a whim, kind of, because in a way, it was just to pass the time. I started to doodle in the sketchbook at one of my jobs in the summer of 2017. That same summer, I filled up 2.5 journals in about 2 months, and I realized that I had found myself, my passion through creativity. I became an artist.
Right. So you mentioned acrylic paint being on canvas being one of your favorite mediums. Why is that?
Well, the way that I got started off was from watching a Netflix show with my aunt. It was called Bob Ross, The Joy of Painting. This was the first time in my life that I ever really seen anybody actually creating art. It inspired me so much that I wanted to go out, get a paintbrush and a canvas and be just like Bob Ross. Through that experience, I found a passion that I fell in love with. I found something that was now a part of my identity and of who I am.
Are there other people that also contributed to you finding this passion?
Of course. There are so many people that helped me along the way that unfortunately I don't have time to name them all. But someone significant to me is my mother. Looking at her as an artist, as a creative, for the first time in my life, I realized that it was in front of me all along. Her art was food. She made some of the best cakes and dishes I've ever had, and I will argue you down otherwise. She showed me that as long as you have a vision, as long as you have something that you want to create, it's possible. Even if it's just something as simple as a cookie. The process of creating that, the process of bringing that into the world is powerful. It gives people peace. It gives people purpose.
Yes, I definitely see how art can be, not just in paintings, but found in food and other passions of other people. How do you integrate your creativity into your life and being a student now?
So once I started to use creativity just in my everyday life, I realized that I seemed happier. I felt more comfortable with myself. That identity that I lost from being a student athlete was no longer an issue because I stepped into a new identity. I was now an artist. And that was one of the most influential things, a part of my journey. Because if I didn't take that leap of faith, if I didn't take that first step, I would not be in front of all of you today.
Has there ever been a time where you felt like art wasn't the correct path for you?
I feel like we all have moments where we may not feel like this is for us. And for sometimes, that may result in us giving up. But one thing my mom always taught me, never quit. So I had a moment where I felt like this might be the end. I'm not sure how I can continue after this point. The following year, after 2017, I tried to plan an art event in College Station. I called it the Culture Showcase. I sold wristbands, did marketing, got artists, musicians, poets, writers, planned an entire event. And the day of, I had to cancel. It was definitely a heavy loss, but I don't treat my losses as negatives. I treat them as lessons to learn from so that I can elevate and be even better the next time around.
Right. During journeys, there can be unforeseen changes. Can you tell me what your biggest challenge was during this journey of yours?
I would say really just stepping into my own light. Understanding that the path I chose wasn't a path that everyone normally takes. But it doesn't matter about who's taking the path. It matters where you plan on going.
Right. What is one specific value that you've learned from your art?
I would say I learned the value of creativity, and I also learned the value of consistency. I feel like in everything you do, you have to have it, because consistency brings growth. Consistency brings change, because you're constantly working, you're constantly trying to elevate, trying to be better than you were the day before.
How else has art transformed your outlook on life besides consistency?
I would say it's given me a positive view of the world. I was able to look at the world in a new light and see it in its beauty. Even something as simple as seeing a bunch of flowers or seeing a butterfly pass were things that continually made me happy, because I was able to appreciate the beautiful things around me instead of looking at the negatives.
Right. Can you tell us about what you're painting right now?
So I'm a big fan of Bob Ross, and a lot of what he did was he would go on his show with a great energy and create a painting just off how he felt. That's essentially what I'm doing for you guys today. I didn't plan this out. I didn't have a pre-sketched idea on canvas for you guys. I wanted to come out and give you something organic. I wanted to give you something real, something that's not fabricated.
That is amazing. So obviously this is not the end of your journey. What do you plan to do in the future with this passion of yours?
So with my degree, I have the capability of not only being an art teacher on an academic setting, but I'm also learning new techniques with my art minor. Things that have definitely influenced me to continue to push forward even more.
Are there other different facets of art that allow you to express yourself in different ways?
Yes. I have a few different styles of art that I like to switch between. The first of those being landscapes. Something about seeing the beauty of nature, seeing the colors, the sunset. It had some type of effect on me that I still can't explain.
Right. If you had to leave the audience with one final message of everyone pursuing their own odysseys, what would it be?
I would say, don't be afraid to take that leap of faith. Don't be afraid to put yourself out there in a sense, because some of the greatest things have come out of people taking a leap of faith. People believing in something so strongly that you can't be denied by anyone. I would say, don't be afraid to take that first step. Because think about when you were just a baby and you started walking. Do you think when you took that first step, it was beautiful? Do you think that first step was graceful? No. But that step was the first step in a new direction, a new beginning, a new path, somewhere where you may not have planned on being before, but after you started to walk in that direction, you realize, this is what I need to be doing. This is what's for me. When I became an artist, I didn't have anyone else that I could just look to as a big inspiration other than Bob Ross. Artistic-wise, I didn't know any artists. I didn't have any resources to help me better myself and understand the values that I can get from creativity. It was only through my personal journey, my odyssey, that I was able to understand that we can do anything we put our mind to. It doesn't have to be something that has a lot of magnitude or something that's really big. It can be something as small as sketching in a journal to pass the time.
I have one final question. If you could give advice to yourself before you discovered this passion, what would it be?
I would say, if I could give my younger self advice, it would be to explore the world better. I don't know exactly how my life would have been if I had found art sooner, but I can't imagine my life without art now. It's something that's a part of me. It's something that it's something that will never change. It's something that I will always carry with me until it's time for me to go.
Thank you, Jonas, for your incredible take on creativity. With that, our third session of the day has come to an end. Our next and last session will take place at 4:40 p.m. Again, we ask that for you to be aware of social distancing when exiting and returning to the theater. Thank you.
Good afternoon, y'all. My name is Jessica Williams, and I am beyond excited to welcome you back to Rudder Theater for our fourth and final session of today's TEDxTAMU 2021 conference. To begin our final session, our next speaker is Salima Villani with a talk entitled Innovation Starts with I. Salima Villani is an award-winning serial entrepreneur, keynote speaker, professor, the author of the new book, Innovation Starts with I, and founder and CEO of Ripple Impact. From co-founding Brazil's top-rated Portuguese school to financing an orphanage, Salima has created multiple ventures that focus on international development. Please give a warm Aggieland welcome to Ms. Villani.
It was December 4th, 2015, when my building had a 2-alarm fire. I had just been laid off from 2 jobs, moved back into my parents' home, and lost my US work visa. Nothing was going the way that I had expected it to. I felt like I'd been spending many years climbing this upward ladder and just building and building, and all of a sudden, my life crashed. Boom. It's like as if I hit rock bottom. When I found out that it was going to take several months to repair my home, I figured, well, there's no better time than now to go on an Eat, Pray, Self-Love trip. So I traveled to India, Bali, and Thailand, and really tried to rediscover myself, figure out, who am I? What's my purpose here? When I came back with more questions and answers, I realized that success isn't about climbing that upward ladder and checking off those boxes. Success is about how well we can adapt to life quakes. Life quakes, when things hit the fan, they're basically those major disruptions that we endure throughout our lives, usually right before we're about to reinvent ourselves, or right before we're about to evolve into the next version of ourselves. How many of you are doing what you thought you'd be doing 3 years ago, or even just 1 year ago? We're in the middle of what I call the reinvention revolution. We're being forced to reinvent ourselves faster and more frequently than ever before. How can we be more proactive in that reinvention process instead of being reactive? How can we use innovation to drive personal growth and not just economic growth? We often focus too hard on the final product or the invention when it comes to innovation. We often forget about the personal transformation process that is necessary in order to innovate. While I was writing my book, I went out and I interviewed 100 innovators, entrepreneurs, and leaders around the world. And I realized that it's really time to redefine innovation. I realized that innovation isn't just about technology. It's about being human. And it starts with I. Let's look at Steve Jobs. This iPhone isn't innovation. Innovation was the personal transformation process that Steve Jobs went through during his time in India. Steve Jobs often emphasized the importance of practicing introspection and really trying to understand ourselves and go deeper within ourselves, instead of simply looking outward. Innovation is all about having self-awareness and knowing who we are. So 12 years ago, I graduated from college into a financial crisis. When I gave up on my job search, I found a volunteer opportunity to go to Brazil and work in an orphanage with kids. But right before my flight down there, my new boss said, Salima, don't come to the orphanage just yet. I want you to stay in Rio de Janeiro and build a language school, start this language school that we can use to finance the orphanage, because our orphanage is in really bad shape. It was not easy to start that language school from scratch in Brazil. It was really fulfilling, and I was really driven to do it. But my fellow volunteers and I, we lived in this small room full of bunk beds. We didn't have internet, and on most days, we didn't even have any water. I still remember we'd go to the storefront next door in Rio and take a large bin of water, we'd take a large garbage bin and fill it up with water and climb up 4 flights of stairs to be able to have water in our apartment. It was really challenging. Our business model started out as, hey, we're a bunch of foreign volunteers. Let's teach all the languages we know and get the school started. We were teaching Dutch, German, Italian, everything that we knew. A couple months in, our business model was failing. Our classrooms were empty, and what were supposed to be group classes were now turning into private lessons. We were about to call it quits, but we were like, well, wait a second. Let's figure out what we can do. Let's see if we can figure out our sweet spot and make a pivot. We realized that the demand was actually, we had a lot of foreign students that were coming to learn Portuguese, and they were very passionate about the mission and supporting the orphanage, and we'd even take them on excursions to the orphanage. So after we figured out our sweet spot and we said, you know what, we're doing too much. Let's drop all those other languages, stop teaching the German, the Dutch, the Italian, the French, and just focus on Portuguese for foreigners. When we made that pivot, the school immediately took off. We actually became one of the top-rated schools in Brazil for teaching Portuguese. And many other schools in Latin America replicated our model of social innovation. If you're in the process of self-discovery or reinventing yourself, I created this tool called sweet spot mapping. I want you to take a whiteboard or a flip chart or even just a piece of paper and look at your life as a series of projects. Look at your career as a portfolio and think about what are some of the projects that you've excelled at? What are some of those projects that you've gotten really positive feedback for, even if it was by surprise? What are some of those projects that gave you a lot of joy, that you really enjoyed doing? And this last one, what are some of those projects that you're open to testing? What are some of those ideas that keep you up at night? What are some of those projects on your back burner? Stop quieting those inner voices. When we made that pivot, it was not easy, and decided to focus on Portuguese. It was just amazing to see how things just immediately changed and things really took off. But it did require testing. So my point is that our sweet spot isn't necessarily discovered, it's developed. It's not supposed to be easy to find our sweet spot. We do have to work at it. Making that pivot wasn't easy, and even just going to Brazil was well out of my comfort zone. But as we work at it, we get better and we discover. We really find our sweet spot and we actually work and improve it as well. So when I was done with Brazil and the school was up and running, I moved to the south of Italy, to a town called Reggio di Calabria. It's right at the toe of the boot in front of Sicily. If some of you are wondering, there was a love story there. So I was like, you know what? I've done all this volunteering, now it's time to start earning a living. I needed to start making some money. I would study Italian in the mornings and walk around Reggio di Calabria with a folder full of translated resumes, the way that I'd been taught, and knock on doors trying to find a job. Didn't really work. Reggio Calabria was also suffering from long-term unemployment, brain drain, and to make things worse, it was right at the start of the Euro crisis. I started working in a restaurant kitchen on my first day and realized very quickly that my signature chicken fettuccine Alfredo was useless. It was actually considered a sin to mix the chicken and pasta. And I also realized that Caesar salad didn't exist. They didn't call me back after that first day. I then tried to teach English. I'm Canadian, I was like, let me figure this out and I can teach English. And I realized that I was rejected because I didn't have a British accent. So I was like, now what? What am I gonna do? I was in survival mode. My brother gave me some advice. He said, you speak all these languages. Since you can't use your college degree, why don't you use your languages to do some freelance translation work online? I'd sleep with my laptop under my pillow, trying to be the first person to apply to those translation projects every night. And within just a few months, I pivoted from being this freelance translator, trying to take everything that I could get, to building a team and leading and starting one of the leading translation agencies to help other businesses expand their digital presence. So my point is that we don't necessarily have to find that big idea. We don't necessarily have to come up with something amazing to start with. We can just start with ourselves. And if you're in that process of reinventing yourself, I recommend you follow active introspection, which I'm going to explain to you right now. The first thing that you want to do is you want to reflect on what makes you unique. What are some of your skills, your values, your passions, your experience? What do people say that you're great at? What are some of your greatest accomplishments? What really frustrates you about others? And what would you do if you knew you couldn't fail? Number 2, give value to others wherever you can. We really need to prioritize giving. Whether it's doing some volunteer work, whether it's doing something pro bono or giving back to the community in some way, we learn a lot about ourselves by giving to others. Number 3, embrace failure. Failure is part of the path to success. When I got rejected for not having a British accent, or I realized that I couldn't cook traditional Italian food, I moved on. I let go. And I said, well, what can I do? And I scaled back and said, let's do translation. I wasn't even great at translation. Being a recovering perfectionist, it took a lot out of me to do translation. But I was good enough just to get things going. And number 4, make a pivot when it's time to. Great ideas don't start great. They become great through cycles of iteration and learning. Also, listen to your inner voice when it comes to pivoting. You'll probably hear something if you really pay attention to it so that you can be more proactive about it instead of reactive. So we don't need to search outside necessarily to find a big problem to solve in order to innovate. We can start with ourselves. Innovation starts through reinventing ourselves. So, about that story that I opened up with the fire, losing my job, all that stuff, I didn't tell you the rest of that story. So when I came back from my trip, my Eat, Pray, Self-Love trip, I was coming back from Bali, and as I mentioned, I'm Canadian. I was actually denied entry into the United States. I never thought that would ever happen to me. I consider the United States my home. It was one of the hardest things. I tried again to come in the next day, and the immigration officer, Mario, he was like, I'll give you 2 weeks to find a job that will sponsor your visa. I thought it was going to be impossible, but I contacted everybody I knew in Washington, D.C., and I said, hey, I'm looking for a job that will sponsor my visa. Can you help me? I ended up setting up 8 to 10 coffees a day throughout Washington, D.C., just batching different coffees in different cafes, going to happy hours, lunch, dinner. I was just scheduling all day coffees with my network. It was pretty empowering, that experience. It inspired me to call it the 100 Coffee Challenge. If you're stuck or you're in that process of reinventing yourself, go on a 100 Coffee Challenge. Talk to 100 people. Have meaningful conversations with people that you know, people that you don't know, and especially people that are outside of your industry. During one of my coffees, I did something different. I decided to be more vulnerable. I decided to share a little bit more about myself, what was going on with the building fire, the job, the visa situation. It was hard because I was a bit embarrassed about the situation, but I was like, hey, let me try this out. And my colleague really empathized with what I was going through. She happened to be working with the refugee crisis in the Middle East and North Africa. Have you ever had a conversation with someone that changed your life when you least expected it to? That's what happened. That conversation actually led to several years of very impactful work. Imagine you wake up one morning and you lose everything you have. Your home, your family, your friends, everything that you invested your entire life in. There are nearly 80 million forcibly displaced people around the world, and they're people just like you and me. But they face food insecurity, water shortages, nutrition deficiencies, harsh land and climate conditions. They often lack electricity, and many of them are unemployed. So my colleague during that coffee said, Salima, I need you to find a solution to help these refugees grow nutritious food in the desert, in these really water-scarce regions. And the solution has to use very little water and absolutely no soil. I was thinking, whoa, I know nothing about growing plants. I can barely keep my air plants alive. I knew nothing about the industry, agriculture. But being displaced myself, I was very passionate about helping other people that had been displaced. So I ended up doing several months of research trying to figure out what can we do. I was looking at aeroponics, aquaponics, 3D printing, some really disruptive high-tech technology. And it was quite fascinating. It was very, very sophisticated. I learned a lot. But none of that was feasible. We couldn't imagine actually taking some of that technology and bringing it to the conditions we were dealing with. We were about to fail and had almost given up. And then one day we decided, well, let's apply this 100 coffee challenge. Let's talk to other industry experts. Let's build our team. Let's go visit the situation in those countries. And talk to the refugees, visit the camps, talk to other researchers. Who knew that putting together some PVC pipes, a solar panel, a pump, really basic materials, seedlings, growing medium, taking some basic materials and putting together these really simple systems could actually allow the refugees to grow the food. It's called simplified hydroponics, and there's many systems. But we would have never figured that out if we hadn't really taken the time to understand the situation and view it from different lenses. We don't necessarily need to create new things when we're innovating. Innovation is all about leveraging existing things and putting them together in new ways. Refugees and hydroponics, they're not new phenomena, but no one had actually taken that exact combination and put them together. So it all starts with a small dose of empathy and doing a 100 coffee challenge, really trying to understand a problem or situation from different lenses. Talking to other people can go a really, really long way. It also starts with being vulnerable and sharing that bit about us that makes us human. Applying the 100 coffee challenge to other situations, for example, when I got stuck when I was writing my book, I decided to interview 100 people. Several of my students and interns, whenever they're looking for a job, they do the 100 coffee challenge. It can go a really long way. When we have those meaningful, authentic conversations, we learn about ourselves through the lens of other people. So, innovation starts with self-awareness. It starts with knowing who we are, what we want, and where we want to go. When we really master that I, we'll be able to thrive on an individual level, we'll be able to impact the people around us, and we'll be able to better contribute to solving the world's complex challenges. And I just want to emphasize here that even though innovation starts with I, it happens with the we. The power happens when we bring together teams, communities, we bring together people. Great minds think differently. And I just want to also say that whenever I try to do anything on my own, I failed miserably at it in all the stories I shared. So even though it starts with I, it happens with we, and together we can have a ripple impact on the world. Before I leave you today, I want you to think of some of those ideas that you've been keeping on the back burner, some of those ideas that you've been, they keep you up at night. What are some of those ideas that you're open to testing? In what ways can you add value to those around you? And who are some of those people that you want to connect with in your own 100 Coffee Challenge? As we all contribute to shaping the world's future, we don't need more thought leaders. We need more active leaders. Thank you.
Say thank you, Ms. Filani, for such a powering speech. I think we all have a lot to learn from her about innovation and how to change the world. Our next speaker is going to be joining us virtually with a pre-recorded talk. Her name is Eden Jalot, and her talk is entitled Confessions of a Crisis Manager. Eden runs a strategic communications firm and has more than a decade of experience in crisis and reputation management. She resolves issues both in and outside of the media's glare, from celebrity scandals and corporate fraud to criminal and civil litigation. Eden is unable to attend the conference in person, but we will now present the first ever screening of her talk.
When was the last time you said or did something that you wish you could have taken back? We all make mistakes, and we wish we could rewind the clock, but since we can't, we have to learn how to make the best of a bad situation. When people face a crisis, they often feel alone and that their problems are insurmountable. Several independent studies have shown that actual and perceived social isolation are both associated with an increased risk for early mortality. I'm here today to show you that there's a better way. Things are not usually completely out of your control, at least until the jury, both literally or figuratively, is ready to render its verdict. Until that point, you have a chance to affect the outcome, to tell your side of the story, and to sway those who will decide your fate. There's a saying, lies can travel across the globe, while the truth is still trying to put on its pants. The first things that you say and do set the tone for everything that follows in a crisis. So what you do and say matters a great deal. Today, let's explore how to navigate the ins and outs of any crisis. Our first story begins on a flight from Los Angeles to Denver. A little girl strolled up the aisle with her father in tow. She was passing out these little baggies filled with candy to each passenger. My initial instinct was to be careful. I mean, my father did teach me not to take candy from strangers. But then I flipped over the bag and saw a short note inside. Hi, fellow passenger. My name is Bridget, and I'm 5 years old. My brother Nick is 5 months old. We're on our first flight. We apologize in advance if we cry here and there. Just know that our parents are doing the best that they can to keep us cool. They're actually more nervous than we are. We hope you enjoy a few sweets that we packed you. Safe travels! Now, while a baby crying on a plane isn't a crisis, the same crisis communications rules still apply. The family deserves lots of credit. Had they thought through all the aspects of how to be proactive and effectively manage a potentially uncomfortable situation? A few people had jested, hey, where are my earplugs? Pretty ungrateful, right? Did no one ever teach them it's not nice to look a gift horse in the mouth? It's important to think about how things can both be interpreted and misinterpreted. It's actually wise that the family didn't include the earplugs because they have a negative connotation. Earplugs are often accompanied by an annoyed grimace and associated with blocking out the bad. Think construction noise or a significant other who snores at night. Now, at the other end of the spectrum is candy. It brings a sense of joy, happiness, and is often accompanied by smiles. The note itself achieved several things. First, the note managed expectations. The parents knew that there was a high probability that one, if not both of their children, would let out a yelp of discomfort sometime during the flight. So they didn't overpromise by saying they'd keep their kids quiet the entire time. They were realistic, and they showed that they were going to make an honest effort. Second, the note told a story. It brought the readers into the lives of this young family and invited us along on their journey. By sharing details about themselves, passengers could now root for these young parents trying desperately to get their kids through this new experience. Third, the note was thoughtful and unexpected. It's hard to get mad at someone if they've taken the extra effort to show you that they understand how their actions might make you feel. In contrast, how many times have you been on a flight and seen the exact opposite? What if you don't like candy or can't eat it? It doesn't matter. It's the thought that counts. You can always turn around and share it with the person sitting next to you or with somebody else in your life you know will enjoy it. So, how did I learn how to spot all of this? I'm a crisis PR manager who's partnered with corporations, nonprofits, and celebrities to manage the message and manage the optics for over a decade. Many people often break down in tears out of fear of what's happening in their lives. They feel like they've lost all hope, and they've turned to me to fix it. It's one thing to have researched it, and it's another to have lived it. But for me, crisis communications is in my DNA. My father used to be a reporter at the Associated Press, and many reporters eventually switch over to public relations. But he took a slightly different route and went into what I lovingly call the dark side of PR. Like many parents, he taught me what he knew, and what he knew was how to handle stress, stay focused, and be calm during times of great pressure. He taught me crisis communications. So even as a child, I understood the importance of identifying your goal, thinking about how others might perceive your situation, and conveying a clear, convincing message. As a result, I began my career writing breakup letters for friends. Because, after all, a breakup letter and crisis communications are all about delivering bad news in the nicest way possible. And no matter what I've done in my life, I've always made people feel comfortable confiding in me. Our second story takes us back across the country to Los Angeles. It was a sunny winter morning and it was peaceful outside. LA traffic wasn't even that bad, but things were about to take a turn. It was a classic case of bad management and long-time wrongdoing. Management was using the tech company as its own personal piggy bank. The company had a toxic work culture that encouraged people to cut corners in order to meet unrealistic metrics, and Me Too issues that long went ignored. So imagine walking into a room with 20 people seated around this large marble conference table. The room is buzzing and the pressure is palpable, almost as if you could eat it with a spoon. You stop, you take a deep breath, and you ask yourself, where are we headed? The Cheshire Cat in Alice in Wonderland was only partially correct. He was right that if you don't know where you're headed, it doesn't matter which road you take. But in my world, you need to know what your goal is before you take your very first step. You must be intentional and start off by figuring out what your goal is, and everything you say and do must move you towards your goal. Otherwise, you run the risk of saying or doing something that will later be inconsistent with your message and make it appear like you're backpedaling. You don't want to waste your golden hour, the first hour after any crisis occurs, scrambling around trying to figure out what to do. Immediately after a crisis hits, people are going to be coming at you from all different directions, vying for your attention and demanding answers. What happened? What didn't happen but should have? Who knew what and when? And what are you doing to fix it, to make sure it never happens again? So once you've taken your deep breath, you've established your goal and strategy, it's now time to craft your message. You must consider who's your audience. You need to think about what's important to the person receiving the message and ask yourself, what do I need to tell them in order for them to feel reassured? Next, you can start to consider what's the best way to deliver it and who should deliver the message. Contrary to popular belief, the CEO is actually not always the right person. If it's an engineering issue, it should be an engineer with relevant experience. If it's a medical issue, it should be a doctor that specializes in that field. Now, if it's a company-wide issue and the allegations are not about the CEO, then the CEO should deliver it. As an outsider to the company, I had an objective view that people intimately involved in the situation were unable to see. I was able to offer them a fresh perspective and identify a new path forward. Once everyone was agreed on a goal and was pulling in the same direction, we were able to go to where we needed. We cleaned house and installed a new management team, got its finances back on track, and ushered in an amazing culture shift that virtually eliminated the toxic work environment. Our last story takes place across the country, but this time in New York City. A nonprofit that works with children was falsely under attack for putting kids' safety at risk. The nonprofit was a great organization doing great things in our community. Now, this is a perfect example of the notion that no matter how amazing you are, not everyone is going to agree with you. It all started with one family who felt the organization wasn't doing a good enough job and that the family itself could do a much better one. You know, those people who think they know everything and could find fault in a perfectly sunny day with a light ocean breeze. The family amassed a small, passionate group, which, while few in number, were extremely vocal, were full of misinformation, and had way too much time on their hands. Now, while haters may always hate, it doesn't mean that you can completely ignore your detractors. But it also doesn't mean that you need to rush out and challenge them until you've thought through your strategy and know exactly what you want to achieve. If they're spreading misinformation that will negatively influence the people that you truly care about, you need to set the record straight. What most people don't realize or underestimate is the power of picking up the phone and calling someone. We counseled a nonprofit and asked, who's most important to you? While each of your audiences cares about different aspects, the underlying message must be consistent across the board. Children will want to know that they'll still be able to see their friends. Parents want to know that their children will be taken care of. Donors and volunteers want to know that their efforts are still going to a great cause. Employees want to know that their jobs are secure. Strategic partners want to know that they'll still be able to rely on you. And government agencies want to know that you aren't breaking any rules. As a result of our guidance, the nonprofit was able to reassure those most important to them. But what they didn't expect was that this crisis would turn into an opportunity. The community was so happy with how the situation was handled that they rallied around the nonprofit, and donations actually went up 25%. Today, we explored situations from a personal perspective, from a business perspective, and from a nonprofit perspective. We often get stuck thinking that we need to wear different hats for each of them, but at the core, they're all quite similar. At the end of the day, it's about communicating from one human being to another. So, the next time you're facing a problem or a crisis that makes you feel overwhelmed and that the situation appears insurmountable, I want you to do these 3 things. Breathe, figure out your goal before you take your very first step, and remember, you're not alone.
We are very grateful to Mr. Lowe for giving us her speech virtually and being able to attend this conference. Now, our final speaker for the night is Cam Ayala with his talk entitled ABC, Always Be Courageous. Cam Ayala is a former reality TV contestant and lymphedema patient and advocate, and now serves as a compression therapy consultant where he educates doctors, researchers, and patients with lymphedema, chronic venous insufficiency, and chronic wounds. Please help me welcome Mr. Ayala to the stage for our final talk of the TEDxTAMU 2021 conference.
On paper, I have it all. I'm tall-ish. I'm not bald yet. I have an amazing family, a great group of friends, and to top it off, I have a degree from the best university in all the land, Texas A&M. But why is it at times have I felt so depressed, so alone, and frankly, so unfulfilled. Let's break it down. Maybe it's because I could never keep up with the Kardashians. I've never had nearly as much money as my close friends. All of my jobs have been just going through the motions. I failed at love, not once, but twice on national television. And to put the cherry on top, I was born with a chronic condition that nearly took my leg and potentially my life in 2017. Now, I know some of you may be asking, hey, Cam, would you like some cheese or bread with that wine of yours? Maybe play a solo on the world's smallest violin? Well, I'm here to tell you all today that regardless of what other people, even my own subconscious mind, tries to convince me, I am in control. And guess what? You too can be in control, which is why my idea is simple. ABC. Always be courageous. Regardless of your social status, you can turn your tragedies into triumphs, but you have to put your passions into actions, because that is when we can evoke positive changes in our world. Now, the theme of this TEDxTAMU conference is Odyssey. And when I'm envisioning extraordinary lives, I think of it kind of through the lens of an Odyssey. Because what 32 years of living in this crazy world has taught me is that you will experience regular, daily trials and tribulations. So let's consider this: happiness, sadness, pleasure, pain, glory, and failure. What's interesting about those ranges of emotions is that they're relative to their opposites. So without experiencing those lows, well, those highs never feel really as good. So now we're going to go all the way back to the year 2000. Here's me, 11 years old, playing YMCA basketball like most kids do at that age. And I remember at the end of the games, I was having pretty bad lower back pain and pain in my knee. And naturally, my parents thought, oh, that's just normal growing pains, but let's go to an orthopedic specialist just to be safe. It was during that initial imaging that an orthopedic specialist noticed some spotting on my leg that he thought was cancerous. So to rule out the cancer, he performed a bone biopsy. Fortunately, it wasn't cancer, but 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks went by post-surgery, and my right leg began to swell, to the point where it's 3 or 4 times the size of my left leg. And my family spent over a year. Bear in mind, I'm from Houston, Texas, which is home to the Texas Medical Center, one of the most renowned and respected medical facilities in all of the world. And after that year of searching from clinic to clinic, I was finally given a diagnosis: primary lymphedema. But what is lymphedema? Well, according to the CDC, lymphedema is swelling due to a buildup of lymph fluid in the body. Lymph nodes act like a drain in your sink. If the drain is clogged, the fluid cannot drain. It usually happens in your arms or your legs, but can occur in other parts of the body. Lymph fluid is part of the lymph system that carries fluid and cells to help fight infections throughout the body. Sometimes the swelling develops quickly, or other times it takes slowly more months or even years. And here's just a quick diagram just to show you that the lymphatic system literally touches every single part of our body from head to toe. So again, picture me 11 years old. I'm diagnosed with a condition that is chronic and progressive in nature. Oh, and by the way, there's no widespread cure. So what would you do? Well, I know in my mind, I started spiraling out of control. There goes the opportunity to play varsity basketball, collegiate basketball, NBA, that's not happening. But it actually made me think of a quote from one of my high school basketball coaches. He said, Cam, in basketball, but also in life, there's 2 things that you have control over: your attitude and your effort. Now, I'm here to tell you from personal application and firsthand experience, when you combine a positive mental attitude with the work ethic, you can accomplish some incredible things. Now, I've always been the type of individual that wanted to prove the doctors, the coaches, even my own self-doubt wrong. So fortunately, I was awarded a scholarship to play at a small Division III school my freshman year of college in Abilene, Texas. Now, granted, it was a pretty short career from a collegiate standpoint, and to my knowledge, I'm the first player in NCAA history to play with lymphedema in the leg. It actually makes me think of an old quote from hockey superstar Wayne Gretzky. He said, "You miss 100% of the shots you never take." Well, I only took 2 shots, and I made them both. So I guess I made 100% of the shots that I took. Now, all jokes aside, the physical demands of the game got to be too intense for my lymphedema. So I made a very difficult decision to walk away from the game of basketball. But on the bright side, I transferred to the Texas A&M University my sophomore year. And upon graduation in the year 2011, I did what a lot of Aggies do. I got into the energy business. I was living in Dallas-Fort Worth at the time, and frankly, I was kind of going through the motions. Wasn't really fulfilled with that job. And, well, my lymphedema took a back seat. Because I wasn't as active in playing sports, I didn't really care about the daily routine needed to manage this condition. This next slide I'm going to show you, warning, it's kind of graphic. From the year 2014 to 2017, I had experienced several bouts of major infection in my right leg. That led to over 13 surgical procedures that nearly cost me my leg and my life. All the while this was going on, I was juggling trying to find fulfillment in my careers. It wasn't there. From a personal life, I was dating a girl who got deported to Canada. Yes, that happens. And my parents were on the verge of a potential divorce. I also had to get rid of a puppy because my health was declining and I couldn't take care of him. So I guess it's safe to say I had reached rock bottom. But what do we do when we're in those moments of rock bottom? How do we pick ourselves up? Courage required. But life's weird. I'll never forget the phone call I received in December of 2018. It was one of the casting producers from a popular reality television show. She says, "Hey Cam, congratulations. You have been selected to be a contestant on the upcoming season of ABC's The Bachelorette." So this is a photo of me making my national television debut, spitting a freestyle rap to Miss Hannah Brown, something along the lines, "Now take my hand, let's go for a ride. This is the only time an Aggie's gonna say roll tide." Well, much like my college basketball career, my career in reality TV was cut rather short too. But what's next? What do I do now that I'm a public figure? Well, I received another random phone call. This time it was from the CEO of a global nonprofit called LEARN. And LEARN stands for Lymphatic Education and Research Network, whose sole mission is to bring awareness to lymphedema, to increase funding so there's a better understanding and ultimately a cure for lymphatic diseases. He said, "Cam, there is a conference in Dallas next weekend, and there's a very special individual who I'd like for you to meet." Wouldn't tell me who. So against my better judgment, I got in my car, I drove up to Dallas. Later that evening, I had a life-changing dinner with none other than Academy Award-winning actress, lymphedema warrior, and LEARN national spokesperson, Kathy Bates. It was during that dinner with Kathy Bates that she told me something that I will never forget. She said, "Cam, your pain is your strength. And this lymphedema community needs you." Now, never in my 20 years of managing this debilitating condition did I ever think of being an advocate, being an ambassador. This is a community I was running from, I was ashamed of. So how do I make that transition from being a public figure to now the face of a disease that affects over 20 million Americans alone? You guessed it, courage required. Now, also, let's talk about advocacy. Now, I want each of you to think about something you're passionate about. It can be something big, it can be something small. But here's one thing that's really important to consider. It's going to require work. You're going to have to put your passions into actions. You're going to have to educate yourself. You're going to have to do the research. You're going to collaborate with like-minded individuals, but you have to do something. Because passions without actions are just empty aspirations. It's been really inspiring coming back to College Station and seeing the student organizations grow year over year, doing incredible things in the local communities and even on the global stage. And it's interesting because we're often considered to be the most connected generation because of things like social media and technology. Well, now it's time for me to get comfortable being uncomfortable. Never did I ever think that I would be on stage talking about my lymphedema. And it's taking a lot of vulnerability. So let's talk about vulnerability. According to Oxford Dictionary, vulnerability is described as a noun, the quality or state of being exposed to the possibility of being attacked or harmed, either physically or emotionally. Now, I also think that vulnerability is a verb, because in my opinion, it requires action, especially through the landscape of social media. Now, you don't have to be a public figure or an influencer to not only experience, but to demonstrate your vulnerabilities. And I'm telling you from firsthand experience, it can be a very, very empowering act. But here's the paradox about social media. You see, it's an environment where both positivity and negativity thrive. Now, I wish I could project my cell phone and show my Instagram account, because if you go to my direct messages, you will find hundreds of comments, things ranging from death threats, questioning my character, saying things like, "You don't even have lymphedema." And that's something I have to face on a daily basis, having been vulnerable and putting my life out there to the public. But on the flip side, I've received hundreds of direct messages from lymphedema patients, from their family members, thanking me for my courage and inspiration and being a voice for this community. And that brings me back to something one of my mentors told me a long time ago. She said, "Cam, the purpose of life is discovering your gift, but the meaning of life is giving that gift away to others." And that's something I get to do every single day now as a compression therapy consultant. I get to educate doctors, nurses, therapists, and ultimately lymphedema patients on new protocols. It truly is that sweet spot where your purpose, your passion, and your profession intertwine. But still to this day, it's not easy. You guessed it, courage required. Now, one more bit on social media. Some of you are aware of this phenomenon going around, #NoFilter. Now, for some of you who aren't familiar with that, it's pretty popular on platforms like Instagram and Facebook, where essentially someone takes a picture of themselves. That's a selfie for the boomers out there. They take a selfie and they post it, and they don't use any of the built-in editing features like the filters. And I kind of get why they do that. Because I feel as human beings, we want to be real. We want to be raw, or at least the perception of it. Now, from someone who has been doing this for the past 2 years, I actually encourage you to create a filter. Because if you're going to be truly vulnerable on social media or in your day-to-day lives, let's practice this. Let's practice filtering out negative people. The world is filled with them, and they will do everything in their power to bring you down when you're at your highest of highs, and they will keep you down when you're at your lowest of lows. Let's practice filtering out self-doubt. Now, that's a tough one, because we live in a time where we're constantly bombarded with this unrealistic pursuit of perfection that's advertised in our face every single day. And I'm telling you, that will lead you down a path of depression. Now, some of you watching are not quite into the workforce yet, or maybe some of you are a year or two in. So let's practice filtering out unfulfilling careers. Have the tenacity, have the courage to recognize when you are not fulfilled, and have the actions to walk away. And I promise you, you'll be okay, especially if you got an Aggie ring. But let's also practice filtering out anything that's not going to make you or the communities around you stronger. But one thing I want us to never filter out is courage. So in closing, I know everything I said is probably easier said than done. I get that. But that's what courage is. Courage is bursting through those bad days. Courage is crushing your comfort zones. Courage is discovering those silver linings. Courage is embracing your vulnerability. And courage is ultimately putting your passions into actions. Because when you do that, I can promise you, that's when you evoke positive change, not only in your life, but in the world around you. So in closing, ABC, always be courageous. Thanks and gig 'em.
Howdy, my name is Andy Doyle, and I'm the Executive Director of TEDxTAMU. The end of Cam's speech marks the conclusion of the 2021 TEDxTAMU conference, so I'm going to say some final thank yous. First of all, thank you to Jason and all of the Rudder venue staff, Kevin, our videographer, Laura Ashley, our photographer, our development team members, Oriana, Marissa, and Josh, Vijay and Amanda, our chairs, the TEDxTAMU directors, Andrew, Gabby, Victor, and Catherine, Shannon, our lounge manager, the TEDxTAMU team members from 2020 who started planning this conference, and most of all, to our speakers who've worked with us for more than a year to make this happen. Be sure to connect with us on social media and be on the lookout for our survey. We hope that we have inspired you to embark on your own personal odysseys. Thank you.